What is up? Welcome to Truth and Transparency Friday nights. Hope you guys are having a good evening. Again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. Adnan Syed, released from prison after 23 years. Who really killed Heyman Lee? Saddle up. The show will begin just in minutes. How are we doing, chats? Friday nights, everybody should be doing well. Hot Ham is in the house. Take a look at something that I pulled up for you guys. A lot of things I pulled up for you, but right here, first thing I want to show you.
So can you tell me where are we?
We're at the Best Buy, which is 4 minutes away from Woodlawn High School. This was where, again, the prosecution say that Adnan and Hay arrived after school, and this is where he possibly killed her. When you look at the timeline between when school lets out and when the alleged crime occurred, you know, the thinking was that's impossible to be able to kill somebody and then get on a payphone and call somebody.
With the traffic, leaving school, coming here, committing the murder, and then calling Jay to be picked up.
Right. It seems like an improbable amount of time. However, Sarah ran through this exact sort of route and was able to find out that, in fact, it could be possible.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like, yeah, it could be done, but it seems far-fetched.
So this was the area where what is known as Mr. S parked his car, came back ostensibly to go to the bathroom, and then discovered Heyman Lee here. I mean, even now in summer, you see cars going by. Those
Sure.
people can probably see us, so it's
Right.
more exposed than you'd think.
Right. And Sarah had originally thought that it was really far in that he went, that it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for somebody to pull over to the side of the road and walk this far in. I'm not saying it still makes any sense, but it's actually plausible that you'd have to go this far in to not be seen.
It still feels like we're very close to the road.
Exactly. This is where Asia McLean, a classmate of Adnan and Hay, said that she saw him here. And she wrote 2 letters after his arrest, wrote him personally saying, you know, I know I saw you here. I can't believe that you did this because I saw you during that day. And since then, she's filled out 2 sworn affidavits stating the same thing, but has never testified for various reasons. The Court of Special Appeals told the lower court, the circuit court, to hear her testimony. And that's the first time she's actually going to be giving testimony in court. There'll be a cross-examination, and the transcript of that will be forwarded up to the Court of Special Appeals, and it will be part of their decision-making to determine whether Adnan Syed gets a new trial or not.
All right, so can you tell me where are we?
We're at the Best Buy, which is 4 minutes away from Woodlawn High School. This was...
All right, guys. If you're just joining us, Friday nights, never been so lit. What is up, Bella? What is up, Midge? Hot Ham. Amen, sister. So I got a couple little gems up my sleeve for you guys. If I'm going to do something, I do it right. It's dark gray. You know, this is not a heather gray. It's a dark gray. Black. Dark gray. Some people like me when I wear black. Yeah, so I found some gems for us to look at while we discuss. Again, welcome to the transparency, breaking down the Adnan Syed case, more like pursuit in finding who really killed Heyman Lee. I don't believe that, I never thought that Adnan did this. I don't believe that Baltimore is going to, charge him here within the 30-day period. I don't believe that any of that's going to happen. I believe that they had no choice but to put that in the motion. I have the motion here. What the state filed for them to vacate the conviction. So check this out. In case you guys just joined us, and that was such a quick clip, I'm gonna play it just one more time.
Again, the prosecution say that Adnan and Hay arrived after school, and this is where he possibly killed her. When you look at the timeline between when school lets out and when the alleged crime occurred, the thinking was that's impossible to be able to kill somebody and then get on a payphone and call somebody.
With the traffic leaving school, coming here, committing the murder, and then calling Jay to be picked up.
Right. It seems like an improbable amount of time. However, Sarah ran through this exact sort of route and was able to find out that, in fact, it could be possible.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like, yeah, it could be done, but it seems far-fetched.
So this was the area where what is known as Mr. S parked his car, came back ostensibly to go to the bathroom, and then discovered Heyman Lee here.
Okay, right here, I talked about it yesterday. I want you guys to take a look. So it'd be like like that view. He walked across the street to the other side. So as you can see here, you're driving. Oh, that was a really good view. Perfect. See how the car is on the right-hand side, driving that way? Pull over on the same side, and then he walked across the street, okay, to hop the little gate, the guardrail. So he didn't take his leak on the same side of his car.
To go to the bathroom, and then discovered Heyman Lee here. I mean, even now in summer, you see cars going by. Those
Sure.
people can probably see us, so it's
Right.
more exposed than you'd think.
Right, and Sarah had originally thought that it was really far in that he went, that it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for somebody to pull over to the side of the road and walk this far in.
But think about like all the places that you are going to take this P. That, I mean, look at, like, this is the actual location.
I'm not saying it still makes any sense, but it's actually plausible that you'd have to go this far in to not be seen.
It still feels like we're very close to the road.
Exactly. This is where Asia McLean, a classmate.
Remember that the library was not attached to the school. So you know how like the high school usually have like a library there. You had to, for them, their library wasn't attached, and it was very, very close though. Very, very close.
Adnan and Hay said that she saw him here, and she wrote 2 letters after his arrest.
Guys, I beat the shit out of it. I cannot get it down off the vaulted ceiling. I almost died doing it. It won't come out.
2 sworn affidavits stating the same thing, but has never testified for various reasons. The Court of Special Appeals told the lower court, the circuit court, to hear her testimony. And that's the first time she's actually going to be giving testimony in court. There'll be a cross-examination, and the transcript of that will be forwarded up to the Court of Special Appeals, and will be part of their decision-making to determine whether Adnan Syed. We're at...
Okay. Again, hope you guys are having a great night. Grab yourself a drink. Here we go. I'm going to pull up. I did a little preview for like an hour earlier, so if you want to go back and watch that, but we're going to be picking up on number 7, or page 7, and this is where it gets into like the meat and potatoes of pretty much like the new evidence and the Brady violations. but this is my favorite part of the motion. I call it the meat and potatoes of if you're going to investigate something, and they're not giving us who the two suspects are, but let's see what we can find. Yes, this is a smoke detector that literally I took my my neighbor's ladder, got up there, and it's hot ham wired into the ceiling, and it will not, like, the battery is out of the motherfucker, and it's still doing this. So I don't know what it's doing. So I'm gonna have to call electrician. I'm going to take one more good whack at it. Like, literally, I beat it. You don't even understand. No, my master bedroom has two of them. Who has two smoke detectors in a room? And then why would you ever put your one smoke detector up on a vaulted ceiling that is like 20 feet high? I mean, who can get to that? Where is Denny? Where is Frank? Yeah, so, all right. But this little clip I found, I thought it was money. Especially because of the park. All right, so let's do this. Boom. I'm going to be going back and forth, so bear with me here. Again, this is just discussing, Brady. To prevail on a Brady claim, defendants must plead and prove that, number one, the prosecution suppressed evidence. Number two, the evidence was favorable to the defendant, either as to guilt or punishment. And number three, evidence was material to the issue of guilt or punishment. The failure to turn over information regarding an alternative suspect can constitute a reversible Brady violation. And it's citing case law, basically citing 3 different cases. So as much as I'm going to sit here and read that part of it, we got bigger fish to fry. Okay, so the state is saying that when you consider everything, the totality of the evidence now that's available, the information about an alternative suspect would have been helpful to the defense because it would have helped substantiate an alternative suspect defense that was consistent with the defense's strategy at trial. Additionally, the evidence against the defendant was not overwhelming and was largely circumstantial. Everything in the case was circumstantial against Adnan. Therefore, evidence such as an alternative suspect tends to carry more weight. The Court of Special Appeals summarized the concerns as follows. The state's case was weakest when it came to the time it theorized that Adnan killed Hay. As the post-conviction court highlighted in its opinion, Wilds is Jay here, so Jay's own testimony conflicted with the state's timeline of the murder. Moreover, there was no video surveillance outside the Best Buy parking lot, placing Hay and Adnan together at the Best Buy parking lot during that afternoon. There's no eyewitness testimony placing Adnan and Hay together leaving the school or at the Best Buy parking lot. There's no eyewitness testimony, video surveillance, or confession of the actual murder. No forensic evidence linking Adnan to the act of strangling Hay or putting Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. Also, no records from the Best Buy payphone documenting a phone call to Adnan's cell phone. There's no record of that. In short, at trial, the state was arguing this case with no direct evidence of the exact time that Hay was killed, the location where she was killed, the acts of the killer immediately before and after Hay was strangled, and of course the identity of the person who killed Hay. So now we get to what I like to say, the meat and potatoes of this motion. Accordingly, it is the state's position that the alternative suspect information above, which contained an actual threat and plausible motive, was material. Had this information been disclosed, defense counsel would have had a duty to investigate it, and it could have enhanced the alternate suspect defense. So the first part of this is the new evidence. B, the location of the victim's car. I think Hotham mentioned this, BL mentioned this, talking about that in 1989, when they had found her car, it was, in a lot, no significance was brought to the location of that car and why it was parked there. Now, in 2022, the location of the victim's car was located directly behind the house of one of the suspect's family members. I said it yesterday when I had Miss Bella up here that this reminded me of the McStay case because of, I believe that two people would have had to been involved with the handlings of her vehicle. Just like I feel that way about Joseph McStay's Isuzu Trooper. So with this being said, this was not known then, it is known now. Miss Lee's car was found parked in a grassy lot behind the 300 block of Edgewood Avenue in Baltimore City. Through investigation of property records and other media, it has been determined the following. The location was known to one of the suspects. A person related to the family owned a house on the 300 block of Edgewood for many years, and that person lived at the location in 1999. The state uncovered this information during an investigation in 2022. This information was not available to the defense in his trial in 2000, and the state believes it would have provided a very persuasive support substantiating the defense that another person was responsible for this victim's death. C, again, staying with new evidence or new information. One of the suspects, without any reason, they were not provoked, they attacked a woman in her vehicle. The reason that this would be important is it's very similar to, obviously, Hay was in her vehicle. So, again, I'm going to be going back and forth, so when I see stuff, when I come back to chat is when I can try to see that, what you guys are saying or thinking. Is Boston? Oh my God, my love. Boston's here. Love it. I told you guys would like this. Yes, so the defense located formally documented evidence unavailable at the time of the trial that one of the suspects had, without being provoked or excuse, attacked a woman unknown to him while she was in her vehicle. The suspect was convicted of this offense. This information was not available at the time of the trial and occurred after the trial. However, the state finds the information relevant and worthy of further investigation now that it is accessing the possible involvement of the suspect. Again, in order to protect the ongoing investigation, the parties are not able to reveal more specifics about that. D, staying with new information. One of the suspects engaged in serial rape and sexual assault. The state and defense have obtained credible information that one of the suspects had engaged in multiple instances of rape and sexual assault of compromised or vulnerable victims. The suspect was convicted of this offense. Again, this information was not available at the time. E, new information. One of the suspects engaged in violence against a woman known to him. The defense located formally documented evidence of allegations that one of the suspects had engaged in an aggressive and or violent act towards a woman known to him and forcibly confined her. It was also alleged that the suspect made threats against the life of this person. Again, these events happened prior to the trial in this case, and this information was known to the state. I do believe that that's the Moore guy, if you want me to be honest. Given the circumstances of the victim's death, this evidence would have been very, very important. Again, F. New information. One of the suspects was improperly cleared as a suspect. This has everything to do with Mr. S. Alonzo Sellers. The police initially developed one of the suspects and administered a standard polygraph test. The results were that deception was indicated regarding his involvement in the crime. Hang tight 1 second. This would be a great time to take a look at chat love and see how I can flirt with now. Hold on, let me take a look. Is that? It's the dead one. Huh. No, the guy Alonzo is alive. Just so you guys know, tonight's being sponsored by Half and Half. Good old Twisted Tea. Me and Arnold Palmer taking it back. Is that which one? So the guy that I'm talking about right now, the serial rapist, I believe that that's Moore, and I believe that I know that he's dead, but this right here, this polygraph, this suspect, this is Alonzo Sellers. Old Lonnie. Look at. Oh, yes, good, I was behind. Yes. Good old Lonnie. Hot ham. Love that you know this case. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, so in this whole motion, they're talking about two different suspects, and they don't ever use them by name, so when they're saying, A, new information, or B, it could be either one of them, but process of elimination, Moore was never given a polygraph. Mr. S was given a polygraph. So this, without a doubt, is him. The new information, one of the suspects was improperly cleared as a suspect. That's him. Mr. S. Again, the suspect claimed he was distracted, so the police allowed him to come back another day and take a second test. In the case of a distracted examinee, test results would tend to be shifted toward the direction of inconclusive rather than toward deception or truthfulness. So, even more concerning is that the police then improperly cleared the suspect after applying a second test, which was a test that should never have been used to determine deception or truthfulness. The second test was a peak of tension test. Regarding this test, in conclusion, no schools in the U.S. teach the POT as a primary technique. Its validity is not well established. Moreover, it has no scoring system, but relies instead on subjective interpretations of overall trends in the poly tracings. So there was just it was really odd. The police relayed to the prosecution that the suspect passed the second test with flying colors. They put it with flying colors down, which is very interesting to use that word, but whatever. Or say words. Again, their expert is saying that the affidavit that he filled out strongly calls the veracity of the conclusion into question, and as much as the second test was neither supported by the professional or academic communities, nor it was not methodically sound in its application. There was no further investigation of the suspect after the second test. Are you kidding me? Homeboy just stumbles upon the body, and you don't want to ask him, like, what? Flying colors. Flying colors. So moving on. Flying colors. Pass with flying colors. And this goes back to me saying, why would the police, like, what's their, what bone do they have in this? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. The reliability of the evidence at trial. The state contends that the Brady violations alone would substantiate the granting of a new trial. The new evidence regarding the possible involvement of one of those suspects also gives the state great concern. But considering the seriousness of this case and the importance of holding the right suspect accountable, the state also extensively reviewed the evidence presented at the first trial and notes several additional concerns below to demonstrate why it no longer has faith in the integrity of the conviction. And remember, that word integrity, that's exactly what Sheldon Dieter Jr.'s attorney was arguing this past Tuesday. That if Sheldon is guilty, let it stand because it's an honest conviction. And how you obtain that is by allowing this evidentiary hearing to see what these people were saying, to see if Sheldon was guilty and found guilty the right way. Whoopsies. The state A is that the state cannot rely on the incoming call evidence based on the post-conviction court's findings. So the first thing that they're going to talk about here is the cell phone towers. Okay. When you place a call, so when a call goes out, that's where you're going to be using that's where AT&T said back in 1999 when this all happened, that the incoming, if you're picking up an incoming call, the reliability of that is nowhere near, and that cannot be used. But outgoing calls, it's different. It's kind of like with Sheldon's case again. The 911 caller placed an outgoing call. Okay? So the state relied on a billing location information provided by AT&T to account for the whereabouts of the defendant's cell phone on January 13th. Exhibit 4 was the call records. This information was critical to the state's case because it corroborated some of Jay's testimony regarding their whereabouts throughout the day. However, the notice on the record specifically advised, and this was the part that was not given to Gutierrez, but nor did she do her job to read it to see that it was incomplete and that the cover page was missing. However, the notice on the records specifically advised that the billing locations for incoming calls would not be considered reliable information for location. Despite this notice, the state used the billing location for incoming calls for exactly that purpose. So Gutierrez messed up because she didn't look at that front page, but the prosecution knew it, and they still went ahead and had an expert get up there and testify like the incoming calls are like the same as outgoing calls. And Gutierrez didn't do a damn thing about it. I don't follow the news or papers in any cases. They lie. Absolutely right, Bumblebee. Bunch of liars out there. Yeah, the undisclosed podcast is, that's your money one that goes really, really deep into it. Serial just, in my opinion, just sprinkles, touches the surface. You can find a lot of these. If you just go to the Serial website, you can just, and it's free. Bumblebee, I'll make sure that you get a personal link from me. And a personal hug from me. Let's see. To prove that the defendant was in a particular area at a particular time. So that's what they were doing during this trial. Most critical to the state's case were the incoming calls allegedly received in Lincoln Park at 7:09 and 7:16, because that's when they were saying that they were burying the body at that time. Moreover, 11 of the 34 calls billed on January 13th were incoming calls. 11. As far as 14, let me see what that's about. They did a hell of a job with this motion. As far as it was up to do with the, Mr. S's polygraph, that's what this footer is at this time, the state will not disclose the entirety of a report in order to protect information regarding the suspect. However, the relevant findings regarding both exams as well as the conclusions have been fully disclosed above. Here we go. Defense counsel Gutierrez. Told you. She seemingly did not realize the importance of this information, which, how the hell do you miss this? Okay? Or did not see it at all, and therefore did not cross-examine the state's cell phone tower expert regarding this limitation. She didn't cross-examine him. She didn't ask him any questions. You know what that reminds me of? Oh, Sheldon's attorneys. When one of the guys was asked literally 3 questions. Couldn't even believe it. The post-conviction court found that the notice was in her trial file. This was like the cover. So it did not constitute a Brady violation. But it should definitely count as ineffective counsel. Additionally, the state's expert, Abram here, Warnowitz, subsequently expressed concern over his testimony on the incoming call location status. In a signed affidavit, he stated that the state did not show him the notice language, and had he'd seen it before his testimony, he would not have testified that the location evidence was accurate. And that's going to be Exhibit 5. That was an affidavit that they got in 2015, and they got that after the Serial podcast did its thing. So I paid attention to these dates. He later supplemented that affidavit in 2016, stating that he interpreted AT&T's legend to most likely apply to both PC2-15 and Exhibit B, PP, and location status to apply to cell tower locations. So he supplemented his affidavit, beefed it up. If his assessment regarding the legend was true, that would mean that the incoming calls were reliably attached to that specific cell phone tower. And obviously what he thought was the case is not the case. This issue was raised in defense's supplemental post-conviction petition. The state's expert testified that the legend applied only to subscriber activity reports and would not apply to call detail records. The post-conviction court found that the instructions did apply to the records and the witness, abandoning his initial position. The witness also testified that the term location meant the location of the switch identified by location 1 column and surmised that the legend meant that the information was not reliable for determining the location of the switch. The post-conviction court concluded that this witness contradicted his own testimony, that the term location referred to the switch location and not the cell sites. In its ruling, the post-conviction court found that the trial counsel rendered basically ineffective performance when she failed to properly cross-examine about the disclaimer. The court also found that a reasonable attorney would have exposed the misleading nature of the state's theory by cross-examining him, and that this failure can, quote-unquote, hardly be considered a strategic decision. So, for example, in Sheldon's case, what Tessa argued and said is, well, hey, if it was the defense's strategy not to be mentioning Rachel Altondo and not talking about Rachel Altondo at all and not ask any jurors any questions about Rachel Altondo because it was not to in any way, shape, or form paint this picture for their client, to have possibly been a suspect or a person of interest in another homicide that involved, somebody being shot up like multiple times, that would be considered strategic. Okay. And so basically what Tessa was doing is he was basically blaming Sheldon's defense. Like, no, I'm not going to grant a mistrial. What I'm basically leading to is that your defense was shit. So, let's see. Boston's just stuffing her fat face while she's listening. Sherry is noticing that she needs to go green. Love it. Yeah, that guy's felt so bad about that. Yeah. And Hot Ham is here to rep her hometown and her love for Davy Baby. Seeking the Davy. Moving on. Just so you guys know, Goodyear's was disbarred 2001 for it was something about taking money. It was something to do about a client with money. And sad story though, like Goodyear's health was horrible and passed away in 2004. The post-conviction court found that this failure satisfied the second prong of the ineffective assistance of counsel. The court wrote trial counsel failed to confront the state's cell tower expert with the disclaimer and thereby allowed the jury to deliberate with the misleading impression that the state used reliable information to approximate the general location of defendant's cell phone during the time of the alleged burial. Because they got that timestamp from Jay. Jay was saying that that's where they were and that's what they were doing. But see, Jay was just hand-fed all of this from the police to say this. And they did this all after getting Adnan's, cell phone calls. So, and that's what Rabia was like tweeting all in like 2016 and 18. And I'm telling you, I'm going to do a live one day and just like post her tweets and have like a fun session because they're hilarious. But she I love it. She's just dropping the F-bomb. People think that that's like inappropriate. Some of the best attorneys go out there and find them people that fight for your civil rights. Not only are they brilliant, but they're witty and they're funny. And it's like, I'm allowed to say fuck. What do you mean? So I'm going to do a live about all of her tweets. Hot ham. A good attorney knows the F word and when to use it. Absolutely. Welcome. Lean out the ride and bang. What a name. And a good wingman knows when to lean out the ride and bang, so. Again, the jury likely gave considerable weight to that expert testimony, and the incoming calls during the time of the burial served as a foundation of the state's case. Accordingly, the court found that, but for the trial counsel's error, the result of the trial would and was fundamentally unreliable. The court further stated, although the court's ultimate finding does not depend solely on Abrams' affidavit, the affidavit casts an additional fog of uncertainty that shakes the court's confidence in the outcome of the trial. Again, this is all about integrity. This is all about the totality of everything when you combine it all. And that's exactly what happened and is going to come out with Sheldon's case. The post-conviction court granted defendant a new trial on this allegation. However, the Court of Special Appeals overturned the decision, and that's what happened when it was granted in 2016. Then it was overturned in 2018. And it was just like, that was a crushing. Again, if the state would have even attempted to appeal that, and that's kind of like my hang-up is like, well, why were they appealing that? Because if they don't appeal it, then he would have been granted a new trial. But they appeal it. The Court of Appeals upheld the ruling on waiver. Based on the post-convictions court's lengthy assessment of the issue and its findings, the state's confidence in the reliability of the incoming calls is also shaken. One day I'll go through the what this guy did, this expert did, because they tried to get more information. So I'll go over that one day. I mean, unless you guys really want to hear about it. Okay. Like I said, one day I'll just do a cell phone episode. Maybe I can be Baltimore supports Lana. Yes, I would love it. Boston supports Lana, and we can have Baltimore supports Lana. And then can someone just change their name to Davy Baby supports Lana? So it's a new prosecutor, but it's not like super new. No, I mean they're like newer, but not. It was when I think it was 2000 and Hot Ham knows. Was it 16? Davy Baby, please visit Baltimore supports Lana. There we go. That's the new name of my channel. Do a Nokia special episode. I will. I'll definitely consider that. Okay. Davy Baby. One of my dad's friends was named Dave, and my dad was like calling him Davy Baby one night. I'm like, what's wrong with you? He's like, look at him flying around here with his Corvette drop rag tab. The top was down, and he's letting he said, look at his little flying hair, and it's just Davy Baby. So that kind of stuck. Davy Baby, please visit Baltimore supports Lana. I gotta put that up there. That's great. Just in case Davy Baby has you blocked. Now, since I posted it up here, he'll see it. Okay, B. New information that Christina Vincent's version of events was incorrect. The testimony of Christina was used to corroborate Jay Wilde's version of events, the fourth one he gave. She testified that on the afternoon of January 13th, the date of the murder, she got home around 5 or 5:15. Jay and defendant came to her home around 6. Defendant got an incoming call on his cell phone and quickly left. She remembered that date because she had an all-day conference. At the first trial, Kristen testified that it was not until her interview with police on March 9th that she had to recall the date in which Jay and defendant came to her home. During that interview, she told police she had gotten home around 4:30 or 5. In the HBO 2019 documentary, The Case Against Adnan Syed, Kristen was presented with a copy of her winter schedule at UMBC, which reflected that she had an evening class scheduled for January 13th. The class met a total of 3 times, and Kristen indicated that she would not have missed a class. This new evidence tends to show that Kristen was incorrect about her recollection that Jay and the defendant visited her on January 13th. Remember, she was asked to recall this March 9th for that January 13th date, thus calling into question that portion of Jay's testimony, which is that he and the defendant went to her home on January 13th. Because remember again, Jay Wilds is the only reason Adnan Syed was found guilty, because basically Jay was the state's, star witness case. I mean, it's kind of like the Jamie Brown case without A.C. Taylor saying, yeah, I was standing right there and Jamie Brown shot him, and then I told him to shoot him again, and so he shot him again. I mean, A.C. Taylor is everything with how Jamie Brown was convicted of Officer 9. And remember, for the testimony that A.C. Taylor gave, he got no time. What happened with Jay Wilds for the testimony that he gave? He was, for accessory after the fact, 5 years, all suspended sentence, and had 2 years of probation. Meanwhile, Adnan gets life plus 30. So Robbie did a great job with that. The HBO. Letter C. The state cannot rely on Jay. The state couldn't rely on Jay back in 1999 or 2000. And this is where Robbie lost it on Twitter. And I was loving it. And she was just like going crazy on these people. Like, the only reason Jay was doing and saying these things is because the police used him. And it was basically like, either you say that Adnan did this and we're going to tell you what to say, or we're putting this on you. That's what happened. Period. So I think it's going to be very interesting. Do you think that Jay and Adnan are going to like meet up and have dinner and talk, or like, how do you think that's going to work? And this would mean that Jay would be vacated as well too, right? I mean, why isn't we talking about Jay's he should be vacated. You don't think that Jay and Adnan are meeting up? Ham says no way. Relying on Jay Wilds' testimony in and of itself is a concern for the state. Indeed, the original prosecutor in the case shared the same concern. Jay's testimony by itself, would that have been proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Probably not. Cell phone evidence by itself? Probably not. Now, this detective, what a royal piece. Detective Mack confirmed that Jay's statements to police had a lot of inconsistencies and regarded them as lies. He testified that the South Side information did not correspond with Jay's story that he initially told police. So when presented with that, cell records during the next interview, he quote unquote, he started to recall things a little better, and they took a second statement. It was also during this second interview that Jay's allegedly told police about the location of the victim's car. Now in Serial, they have it that during the first interview that Jay said something about the car. But here in this motion, they're saying that it was in the second interview. So I thought that was interesting. Again, it was also in the second interview that Jay allegedly told police about the location of the victim's car. Now, this would mean that the police knew where it was. Think about this. That the police knew where it was that whole time and needed to tell it to somebody, so somebody, like, would a sense be the ones telling them. So how do you think that happened? And this is where I think the police come in. Because if somebody, knew where it was, why didn't they just call in? If it was just so, like, on the up and up, why didn't someone just call an anonymous tip? And then the police could have said that they got an anonymous tip. Why would they need to feed this to Jay? Baby Davy. His Davy baby, not Baby Davy, but... Okay, guys, that's not me. Yes, this is what Max said. Look at all these trolls that watch me. Somebody took the time to make a damn alt. Okay, so the detective stated that on the recording that Jay gave them the information of where the car was located before they turned the recorder back on when they were flipping the tape over. Wait, listen to what the... Listen to this. It was also during the second interview that Jay allegedly told police about the location of the victim's car. The detective stated that on the recording that Jay gave them the information of where the car was located before they turned the recorder back on when they were flipping the tape over. Talk about the odds. Jay otherwise did not request that the recorder be turned off, and he was not refusing to talk. Police interviewed Jay again on March 15th, 2022, to clear up discrepancies. I didn't know that this occurred, but so this would have been when they were testing the DNA. So police interviewed Jay again on March 15th to clear up discrepancies and recorded the interview. The interviewed him for a fourth time on April 13th, but did not record the interview or take notes. Now, I think that this is a typo. I don't think this is 2022, but we'll see. The state has considered all of the various statements to police that were recorded, the trial testimony of both trials, and Jay's subsequent test statements to various media outlets. For the purpose of this motion, the state will highlight the most concerning discrepancies. So I believe that that's a typo. Because I said, they just went ahead in March 2022, they interviewed him again. Was Jay friends with Ho? Who's Ho? You mean Hey? Oh my God, it's Boston. That's what we call Baltimore. Sleight of hand. I'm sorry. Jesus. Her name is Hey. I'm like, Jesus, Boston, calling people out like that. I'm gonna have a panel guest. Yeah. Don't mess with Boston. All right, so here we go. This is what the state is going to highlight as the major discrepancies within all the statements. So, let's see. I'm actually going to show something really quick. Actually, I'll wait 1 second. I wasn't even being fresh for once. You guys, I can't even keep up with your side chat. Bumblebee thinks it's funny, though, so it's got to be funny. Again, for the purpose of this motion, the state will highlight the most concerning discrepancies. These were not all of them. They were just the most concerning. The post-conviction court detailed several instances of discrepancies between Jay's testimony, the cell records, and or state's timeline. For example, the state's theory is that the victim was killed sometime after school, and defendant called Wilds to pick him up at the Best Buy at 2:36 p.m. However, Jay testified that the defendant did not call him until after 3:45 p.m., altering the state's timeline significantly. Additionally, Wilds gave 2 different accounts. Yeah, I think I sent you that link in your email. Hey. Additionally, Jay gave 2 different accounts to the police about where he saw the victim's body, and gave a third account to media. At his 2/28/1999 interview with police, he told them that he saw the body in the trunk. During the March 15th interview, he told police it was at the Best Buy. He said he lied about the Edmondson location because he did not want to be associated with the Best Buy location where the murder occurred. Again, that's just so you guys know that's where the state said that the murder occurred, was at Best Buy parking lot. Best Buy parking lot. Jay then claimed in a 2014 interview that he saw the body at his grandmother's house, but thinks he told police he saw the body in front of Kathy's house. Even more bizarre, Jay claimed that he picked up defendant at the Best Buy, but that the victim and the car stayed at Best Buy until later that evening. At some point, defendant gets into his car and then comes back in a different car with the body in the trunk. I mean, who was on the jury? That's all I gotta say is who was on the jury?
Hey,
what's up? Hey. We are talking about hey. I want to know who was on this damn jury.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah, he told more stories than Davy Baby. He told more versions than MJ has on the sex panel. Okay? And she's told a lot. So what's up? How are you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. What are you doing? Having this amazing discussion. I'm so into it.
Yeah, I'm tearing it up.
Yeah, I've been seeing.
I have like 3 clips too that you guys are just going to be blown by.
And
that was
my ear,
by the way, that was like me saying hi.
Oh, go ahead. Let me see. Hi.
Oh, I just turned that way. It can be like,
official.
Okay. What's up?
Hi.
Let's see what Hot Ham has to say, because Baltimore sees. Hot Ham, it's not bizarre when you remember that this person was a high school pothead. LOL. He forgot. WTF. He was saying, and he was scared. Absolutely. He just wasn't there. Like, none of this. He just was not there. You know what I mean? Like, just not. He just wasn't part of it.
But I think it was. Are we talking about S, doo-doo?
No. We're talking about J.
Oh, okay. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe, you could just brush up on the facts of this case.
Maybe I'll just sit in silence.
Maybe just when you have a question, you could just announce it.
Okay, I'll just raise my hand. Thanks.
Oh, gosh. Okay, here. So moving on. Right. For all of the reasons stated above, without reliable cooperation, the state cannot rely on Jay's testimony alone at this time. And then, remember I told you guys yesterday that wait till we start talking about who was on this case, what police officers, what detectives were on this case, because a bunch of Baltimore detectives were going down like flies. And right here, number 8, Detective William Ritz, past misconduct. The 2 homicide detectives who investigated this case were Detective William Ritz and Detective Greg Cavalieri, something like that. They just
good.
I tried. I just call him Detective Mac Daddy.
That's a good Mac G.
Yeah. The state does not make any claims at this time regarding the integrity of the police investigation. However, in the interest of transparency, the state is obligated to note for the court and the defense Detective Ritz's misconduct in another case, State v. Malcolm, which resulted in an exoneration in 2016. Malcolm was wrongfully convicted of a murder in 1999, same year, and served 17 years before he was exonerated. In the Bryant case, that's the Malcolm case, it was alleged in the complaint that Detective Ritz failed to disclose exculpatory and impeachment evidence and fabricated evidence. More specifically, it was alleged that Detective Ritz, quote unquote, obtained a misidentification of Mr. Bryant from Powell, the single eyewitness presented at trial. Detective Ritz failed to disclose evidence about a second eyewitness whose account contradicted and undermined Powell's. He also failed to disclose incriminating evidence pointing to the likely true perpetrator, John Doe, including a witness statement incriminating Doe and undermining his denials of culpability, and a composite sketch that more closely resembled Doe than Mr. Bryant. Plaintiffs claim that when Detective Ritz met with Powell and another detective to create a composite sketch of the suspect, Detective Ritz used direct or indirect suggestions to manipulate the composite sketch to make it more closely resembling the person he suspected, which was Malcolm Bryant.
No.
Plaintiffs also claim Detective Ritz showed... Oh, we're going to talk about Jen really quick here. Remind me to go back to 49. Miss Powell, a suggested photographic lineup consisting of 6 individuals, including Malcolm Bryant. In addition to the alleged misconduct during Miss Powell's interview, plaintiffs claim Detective Ritz never interviewed or conducted any follow-up investigation regarding any of the individuals with whom Mr. Bryant had spent the evening with on November 20th. Who could have provided an alibi for him? Detective Ritz also allegedly failed to investigate other evidence of Bryant's whereabouts on the night of the murder. Again, this is all just very, very similar to what was happening to Adnan, in 1999 as well, with this guy on the case. Additionally, plaintiffs alleged Detective Ritz did not disclose Mr. Bryant's counsel or the prosecutor some of the evidence he obtained that incriminated other suspects, and he did not conduct proper interviews about or of the suspect. Plaintiffs also alleged the police received 3 911 calls on the night of the murder, one of which was from a potential eyewitness whose account of the crime contradicted Miss Powell's account. Plaintiffs claimed Detective Ritz did not investigate this potential witness's report and never disclosed the report of this second potential eyewitness or the other 911 calls to Mr. Bryant, Mr. Bryant's counsel, or the prosecution. Wouldn't you be asking for the whole day of that? Just blows my mind. Because I'm thinking of it from like a defense, but that's what Brady is. Plaintiffs also claim the defendant. Actually, that's not even going to be Brady.
Why?
Because if the prosecution didn't have it, it's not Brady.
So it has to be the prosecution has it, because why?
It's just misconduct. That's why I think it's listed as misconduct. Unless the detective was working directly with the prosecution for, like in the case of like Chris Watts, like God, how many people were working that? Plaintiffs also claim the defendants never tested critical items of evidence obtained from the crime scene for DNA. Again, same thing with Adnan, which could have exonerated Mr. Bryant. But anyways, I'm going to go back up here really quick to 49. These little footers are great. The testimony of Jennifer Pusateri seemingly corroborated parts of Jay's testimony, but most of what she knew was told to her by Jay. And again, I don't even know how she was able to testify like hearsay, but whatever. There was also a number of discrepancies. At this time, the state would simply note that when asked how she recalled the events indeed occurred on January 13th, she responded because the police told her the phone calls occurred on the 13th.
Oh my freaking God.
In other words, she did not have an independent recollection of the date. Police statement of Jennifer Pusatari from page 25 of the trial transcripts. This testimony is not enough to restore the state's faith that these events did occur as relayed by Wilds. So,
Wow, 49, huh?
In conclusion, it is the policy of the state's attorney for Baltimore City to prioritize justice, fairness, and the integrity of the criminal justice system. And blah, blah, blah. The state's Brady violations robbed the defendant of information that could have bolstered his investigation and arguments. Just unreal.
How many people do you think Bryant's done that to?
Well, no. It's not Brian. It's Ritz. It's Ritz and
sorry.
Mac.
How many people do you think Ritz
You didn't see earlier, so I want to show you something. Watch this. Right here. Baltimore State's Attorney Mosby will ask courts to toss nearly 800 cases tainted by rogue gun trace task force cops.
Disgusting.
800 cases.
If I was in Baltimore, I would be so pissed. See, this is why a lot of people say that cops should have insurance, like how doctors have insurance. So it doesn't fall on the state. It falls on that particular cop's, like, oh, you can't be insured anymore. You've had too many instances. So you can't be a cop because you can't have insurance.
Interesting.
So the state pays for it, you know? And that's not right. But the citizens have to pay for these mistakes.
Interesting way to put, talk about it. This is kind of what she read there. So the next thing I want to show you guys, this is actually to look at this. We want anything that Hot Ham's throwing down. Look at Hot Ham.
I know, my gosh. Listen to anything ever about gun trace task force. Like a podcast about it.
Here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm joined now by his attorney, Erica Suter. She also serves as the director of the Innocence Project Clinic at the University of Baltimore School of Law. Erica, this is quite a sudden turn in this nationally known case, but questions about this case have been raised for years. Why do you think it took so long to get here?
I think, well, first, thank you so much for having me. Anybody who works in the innocence space, and for many criminal defense attorneys, reversing a wrongful conviction can take years, sometimes decades. And so for the public, though it seems like this is unusual that a case would take that long, it's actually sort of consistent with our experience in these kinds of cases.
One of the issues here are so-called Brady violations, when prosecutors don't tell the defense about evidence, in this case, about two other potential suspects and information they had about them. How critical is that information here and generally?
It's absolutely critical. The prosecution has an obligation to turn over Brady evidence. So Brady evidence is evidence that could be exculpatory, meaning evidence you didn't do it, or it could be impeaching, meaning evidence that could challenge another witness's testimony. And it's important because we should have a fair system, a just system. And when the state is hiding evidence that you should be able to use to defend yourself, the result is what we have in Adnan's case, where somebody could spend years or decades in prison for a crime they did not commit.
And this was evidence that none of his previous lawyers knew about. Is that right? When did you first learn about this?
Well, the state and I in this case were working collaboratively in this investigation, and the Assistant State's Attorney Becky Feldman reviewed the state's file. There were numerous boxes, and she turned over this information to the defense, as she should. And it was during that time that we came across these documents.
For the family of the victim, Hae-Min Lee, of course, this has been a nightmare as well. Here is their attorney speaking yesterday and saying that prosecutors really didn't give them any warning this was coming.
They absolutely did not want to afford this victim any meaningful opportunity to address this motion. My clients, all they wanted was information. They want the truth to come out. If the truth is that someone else killed their sister, daughter, they want to know that more than anybody.
Also, Maryland's Attorney General, who previously worked on this case, said that no one called him or other prosecutors who worked on it before. And my question to you is what you think of this criticism, both from the victim's family and from other former prosecutors, that the state's attorney's office didn't reach out, really didn't talk to them about why they did what they did.
Well, first I can say on behalf of my client, and of course, just as a human being, we have enormous sympathy and compassion for what the victim's family is going through. And as far as what the state did or shouldn't do, you know, our system is set up as an adversarial system, and there are obligations of the state and there are obligations of the defense. There are rules and regulations about sort of what our different roles are. And so we, in terms of being able to have contact with the victims, in terms of giving notice to other prosecutors' offices, those all fall within sort of what the state's duties and obligations are. And so that I would just sort of defer to the state.
This is your client, but there's also your field of expertise. You know, you mentioned Brady violations. How rare is this kind of change, and how rare are those violations?
So they're actually not rare at all. In 44% of exonerations throughout the nation, 44% are the result of the state withholding evidence of innocence. So nearly half of all exonerations throughout the country that are in our registry of exonerations involve the state keeping evidence of innocence from the defendant. And in Baltimore in particular, 80% of exonerations on record involve withheld evidence. So it is extraordinarily common, and it shows how sort of important it is that the state follow their obligations, because when they don't, you have cases like Adnan Syed's.
How's your client doing today? You know, and he has not been declared innocent yet, I should say. How are you both doing, and what happens now?
So Adnan Syed has been incarcerated since he was 17 years old. When you think about
17, like how do you come out like he's never used a cell phone? Well, I mean, I guess he did, but 17, you come out as a 40-year-old. 40, was he 41, 42, 41? Unreal. 17, incarcerated. Comes out 41. Let's see what she says.
23 years of life, and how much of a different position we're all in than from 23 years ago. Just imagine that he is processing that, you know, sort of minute by minute. He is extraordinarily grateful to all of his supporters, all the people who believed in him. He's very happy, but this is a lot to process. And so he's doing well, but he's really just kind of taking it step by step.
Are you concerned that he could be retried?
I think in the moment, this was a long fought battle, a long time coming. And so we're really focused on the joy of this occasion. And, you know, what the state decides in the future to do is a decision for another day, but whatever they decide to do, we'll be prepared.
Erica Suter, a momentous day for you and your client. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
That's hard to deal with, you know, like going in, missing your 20s, missing your 30s, like really pivotal years. You're probably muted.
Oh, I was letting you talk. I want you guys to see. So, another clip here. Let's see which one I want to show you guys first.
That's like heavy. You know what I mean? People that complain about FML, and this is what I think, like, you can't.
Well, here, since you weren't here, I just want to show you something else. The reason that this was possible, you weren't here earlier, I don't think, but Maryland has something that they put in 2019. That's what made this possible. Because we're going to talk about this DNA, but first we're going to talk about this. All right. Okay. Use of the state's motion to vacate. It was in 2019 that Maryland passed HB 874 and SB 0676 to allow the state to file a motion to vacate a conviction. The bill went into effect on October 1st, 2019. The immediate effect of that bill allowed the state to vacate convictions in which the conviction relied heavily on testimony from a member of the corrupt gun trace task force. The statute also allows broad application to any conviction in which new evidence has called into question the integrity of the conviction, or there has been newly discovered evidence that creates a substantial or significant probability the result would have been different. So they showed an example of when this was used, one of the first times, which was like December 21st, 2021. So this is something that was put in. Oh, sorry, that was me. No. Did not want to do that. So anyways, that was something that came, that has just 2019. So think about it. If that's not in place, the state can't, the state can't do that motion. This is the state's motion. This is what the state wrote up.
Is Maryland a blue or red state? Do you know?
Maryland's a I don't give a fuck state. That's hot ham.
Hot ham.
Marry me. Great question. Justin Brown's still around. Actually, if you talk to Brown and Colin and which I'm actually going to bring up them here in a minute. They were the ones that filed all of this stuff that they were like his attorneys for 12 years, and they were the ones that were getting jacked around with all of this stuff. But if you go to their websites for their law firms, they all released awesome, I can bring up Collins because but they released awesome, I guess you could say, what do you want to say, like a press release, but they're pissed, they're pissed because they were wrong, because all the stuff that they did, it should have, resulted in this. They overturned, they got in 2016, they got him a new trial, only for it to then be overturned in 2018 because of the state appealing to the special appeals court. Justin Brown so did Colin. Yeah.
So they did the right stuff, but they did an amazing job. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You have to also know that I don't believe that Adnan has paid for anything. Maybe his parents have paid, something to Rabia. I don't know. I've never actually looked into the financial stuff, but the Innocence Projects, they take stuff on. You're not paying for it, and all. She fell off. Hopefully, let me see if I can. So I guess they. So they're kind of a bluish state. In California, they've passed a lot of interesting laws, and everyone probably knows how blue we are in California. But if not for this law in Maryland, or these two laws, the HB 874 and the SB 0676, wow, he would he'd still be in there. After 23 years.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, you're back.
Oh my God. I think Davy Baby came into my microphone.
Why?
It was like Whoopi Goldberg. You in danger. You in danger, love. That was whack. Sorry, I have no idea. Did that just like totally blow people's ears? I apologize.
I didn't hear anything, but I think hot and light up.
Oh God, yeah, it was like God came. Seriously. So I pulled something up because, going through everything with this motion. I mean, there's a lot in there. If you guys weren't here earlier, I want to point out. Yes, loud. Yeah, I know it was like Whoopi Goldberg. Like, wow. You in danger. Sam says, "You in danger, hun."
I got completely spared.
Heard
nothing.
Wow, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. So this DNA, because obviously in 1999 you're not going to have the same capabilities as you have today, but also stuff wasn't ever even tested. So where do we talk about this little DNA? Actually,
this little DNA.
Yeah.
Tiny little DNA.
I think it's up here. Asia, I got her. Miss McLean there.
You know that Illinois just passed their no bail?
Here we go. So.
No cash bail. Big deal.
So check this out. Only female DNA was recovered from pubic hair's left hand fingernail swab, left hand fingernail clippers, swabs, anal swabs, vaginal swabs, bra swabs, and underwear swabs. The remaining items are currently being reviewed for further testing. Now, do you think that this is just Hayes' DNA?
I don't know, because they're not saying it's Hayes, but...
And don't you think that's interesting?
Mm-hmm.
The way they say it is like the status of the DNA testing. I just don't even think this would be mentioned if...
It was hers.
If it was hers, right?
I don't know. It sounds weird to say only female DNA.
Well, I mean, there's other stuff like here, like there's trace level male DNA that was detected on the victim's right fingernail swabs, the right fingernail clippers swabs, and the victim's shirt swabs.
So where was only female then? From left fingernail. Okay.
Well, all of that's right there. But in 2018, the Baltimore Police Department lab tested. This is what they tested in 2018, which was left fingernail clippings, right fingernail clippings, swab from a bottle cap located at Lincoln Park, swab from mouth of bottle located at Lincoln Park, swab from white metal necklace. Doesn't say where it's at, like where it's from though. Swab from yellow metal necklace, blood sample from back of shirt. What shirt? Where was it at? Was it her shirt? Blood sample from back of shirt number 2, blood sample from back of shirt number 3.
So 3.
So they took 3 different samples.
Blood samples, yeah.
And I'm guessing that there was 3 different actual
spots.
That's what my guess would be. Mm-hmm. Swab from condom wrapper found at Lincoln Park. So this is stuff that I know that I remember where her body was. They gathered some stuff that was around the body.
Wow.
But then I know that they did. So like the forensic, it came back, the results in a report dated August 18th. Since the investigation is ongoing, the state will not disclose the report at this time. However, the conclusions of the last round of testing have been fully disclosed above. So,
I wonder how small those blood samples were, and if they can test it again, how many times they can test the blood on the shirt.
Wait, I want to see these footnotes. These footnotes are great. Here, you know what I can do? Let me go back like this. You know what I'm going to try to get my hands on is her autopsy. I think I can do it. I think it's somewhere. I was actually looking for it yesterday because I thought I was on some of the stuff with Serial, but I'm wondering if since all this stuff has happened, I wonder if people started pulling some of their documents. You know what I'm talking about? Like, but
Yeah. Maybe you can get it though. You're good at it. I mean, nobody's covering this. This is
I cannot believe. I mean, this. You know what's nuts to me? How this case became. This is what basically made podcast was the Serial. Was this case Serial, 2014? So it was so popular that so many people then created podcasts because of it. Okay, and no one's now talking about this because now we have Heyman Lee, we have all these people that say that they're victim advocates and all this crap. Mm-hmm. Well, why aren't you talking about this?
Absolutely.
And this is there's going to be a trial. I do believe that somebody's going to be arrested here within the 30 days.
You do?
I do.
Well, maybe...
And it's not going to be Adnan.
Yeah, I don't think that they would waste... Well,
yeah.
They wouldn't waste money on that again. But it's crazy because I always want to believe that it isn't about like being white and, you know, that ethnicity doesn't matter when it comes to true crime, but apparently I guess it does. You know, we're always, that's like proven wrong to me all the time. I still hold out hope, though.
I mean, there's okay, so I want to go and talk about this because what everybody should be talking about with this case is what Hay was going to do after school. Okay, like this was such, in my opinion, a very interesting window of when this happened because of her regimented schedule that she had. She was leaving school to then she had to work that night, but had to go pick up her little cousin and take him back. Like that was like something that she'd done all the time. So if she doesn't get there to go pick him up, people are going to know right away, like, I mean, what do you mean you have to pick up this person and nobody picks him up? So like, okay, well, where's Hay? And then she had to go to work. Again, where's Hay? Like even 1999, like when I was working at Golf Galaxy, if I didn't show up to work, they're going to call, like I had a cell phone back then, they would have called my cell phone, they would have called my house, I mean, or would have had one of like, hey, one of my friends or something probably do it from like the store or something. But especially if I'm not like a no call, no show type of person.
100%, yeah.
But this is like this window, and then like if you're in your vehicle, and then you're supposed to be in your vehicle to go where, to do what? How did this happen that somebody else got in her car and a complete stranger? You get what I'm saying? Like this isn't like a Friday night she went out with friends or even went to the movies and then she's out walking around and. Like, where was this opportunity for a crime like this to be committed in this small window?
And that guy that worked with her, his like hours were accounted for.
And I want to actually like go back to what I'm stating here about the 30 days. They only have 30 days if they want to retry Adnan, but they can, if they want to arrest, like, let's say, Mr. S, in 3 months. Absolutely. I mean, but for Adnan, they have 30 days to decide what they're going to do with him. Lana, was it definite that the window of time was that small? Well, that's what I'm going to show you guys right now. Yes, I believe so. In my opinion, if you don't believe that she was abducted and like, that's why the autopsy is going to matter really much. So like, as far as when are they placing time of death? Like, I think that you'd be able to tell if she was dead for a week or if she was dead for, with a little, like,
4 weeks.
supposedly she was strangled.
Like with a
and then
garrote?
and then put into the trunk of a car, and then from the trunk she was then moved to her final resting place, which was Lincoln Park, where, like, off the side of the road. So I want to show you guys something, and I found this little gem. now bear with me. I don't know how I found it, and I don't even know who this person is.
Okay.
But he was an avid watcher of Bob Ruff's Serial Dynasty, which after Sarah Koenig did her stuff that she did with Serial, he just wanted to do like a chat, more or less. So this is what I want to show you. And this has to do with Dawn, because it has to do with that day. And he gave some accounts, and then if you ask like Asia McClain and you ask that Debbie woman. So check this out, though. Again, don't laugh. Don't laugh and be like, Lana. Well, just don't laugh and be like, Lana, who's this man? Because I don't know him, but I did at least watch it. I know what to expect, and I'm gonna tell you guys. Well, I'll tell you afterwards. You can tell me what you think. But here we go. So, in case you guys don't know who Bob is, real quick.
I have to mute in case, because it's very unprofessional.
Okay, you can mute if you need to.
If they really were trying to get at the truth, I'd argue, and other people from doing an investigation, and if they fail to perform, evidence would be lost forever, and we've relied on their investigation to our detriment. In any event, that's where I go with this. That would be the theme. And just to point one thing about the timeline in this case, if people say, well, the difference between Adnan and Dawn is that Adnan had Jay to point the finger at Adnan. Well, that didn't happen until February 28th. And the prosecutor convened a grand jury to indict Adnan on February 6th. Treated Dawn and Adnan circumstances. And even though I'm not saying that Dawn is guilty, and I wouldn't say that as defense counsel because there doesn't seem to be much to show it, I'd say Adnan's actions seemed more like the innocent person than Dawn's. Want to just follow up on some of my comments on Twitter. And thank you again for your great podcast, episode 2 of Serial Dynasty. I really enjoyed it. I really like the investigation that you're doing, how you're approaching
This
it.
is my husband, guys.
And really, your sense of how a trial should go and how a trial lawyer should act, I guess, as an expert witness, that might be part of it. I always think expert witnesses are some of the best people to talk about trial tactics and persuasion as a trial lawyer, because they've been in court so many more times than any trial lawyers in many circumstances. I've certainly had that where the experts have been in trial testifying more than all the other attorneys and all the attorneys in the room combined. So that really shows through and comes through, and it's really helpful, and it's a perspective that hasn't really come out that much. And I will talk about jury selection a little more in another video. And this is just a rough thought, but I can't contain myself because I think about things as a trial lawyer, and you really got the juices flowing creatively. Especially talking about Dawn. Because as a trial lawyer, if I was defending this case, I really wouldn't be looking at Dawn necessarily to say that he did it. What I'd be looking at Dawn for would be to show that Well, three things. One, that Dawn and Adnan acted a lot differently in the circumstances. And even though I'm not saying that Dawn is guilty, and I wouldn't say that as defense counsel because there doesn't seem to be much to show it, I'd say Adnan's actions seemed more like the innocent person than Dawn's. Two, that police treated Dawn and Adnan very differently.
Okay, this is a gentleman who followed. He's an attorney. He followed Bob's stuff with Serial, and Bob had some challenge that he did, and this guy took the challenge on, and it was about how you would cross-examine Dawn. And the only reason I'm showing this is because of what technically Hayes' movements were supposed to be that day, according to Dawn in the trial transcripts. I was able to find this.
But I think like you made it so far, it's not that funny.
No. It's because he says the words that he's doing a mock trial. And what do? I do all these mock trials. Right? And what did they say in court, like, about me in Denver? I mean, like, who does mock trials? Who would ever do this? Like, who would ever? Well, motherfucker, a lot of people would. And,
lawyers.
Yeah, like, the lawyer, like, oh, and what was she doing? She was doing, like, a mock trial of me, and, like, she was calling me Mod Squad. My name wasn't Mod Squad. Okay. Well, so this attorney is like legit doing this, and the only reason I wanted this is for this timeline of Don, of his interviews, and of what he said. So check this out. I mean, it's good. I don't know how I found it. I did some digging. It's quality shit here.
And they
look at his little kids. He's like, little kids' toys in the back. I mean, I'm telling you, I think that me and him would just totally hit it off.
But I told
obviously,
you about
folks.
Redheads.
I had him. I can't give away all my secrets and how I find things. I just show a little leg, girl. But this is where it gets
good.
Good, yeah. I just wanted him to at least introduce like what he was going to do. Here.
Feeling phase.
Police hadn't had a rush to judgment, hadn't already made up their minds, but I would focus specifically on Don, what he did, what he didn't do, what the police did, and what they didn't do, and how, if they really were trying to get at the truth, I'd argue, they would have approached this much differently. And really, I'd also say, show that Don acted in a very suspicious way. And so, if the police hadn't had a rush to judgment, hadn't already made up their mind, they would have focused a lot more on Don. And at the very least, we'd have answers to these questions we don't have answers to. So that's what I do as defense counsel, because I think it's very important not only to poke holes in the prosecutor's case, but to show what could have been done, what should have been done, and what we're prevented from knowing because of what the prosecutor did. That's very important, because there's going to be an expectation, say, well, you say they didn't, do it, or Adnan didn't do it, well, what happened? And part of what we can always point to is to say, well, we're prevented from knowing because it's the police department's obligation, responsibility, duty to do the investigation, and really they prevent other people from doing an investigation. And if they fail to perform, evidence will be lost forever, and we've relied on their investigation to our detriment. In any event, that's where I'd go with this. That would be the theme. And just to point one thing about the timeline in this case, if people say, well, the difference between Adnan and Don.
Hot Ham Radio wanted a timeline. Here we go. Saddle up, bitches.
On is that Adnan had Jay to point the finger at Adnan. Well, that didn't happen until February 28th. And the prosecutor convened a grand jury to indict Adnan on February 16th, 12 days earlier. So they'd already made their mind up as far as I can tell, and Don was out of the picture. I'll explain in the show notes how I approach cross-examination, maybe, but hopefully it'll be self-explanatory, and this is how I'd start. I'm going to ask you some questions about Haley's disappearance on January 13th. You had plans to get together with Hay on January 13th. You were going to get together with Hay after your shift on January 13th. The police called you on January 14th. You picked up the phone, you answered, you talked to them. Fair to say it was a short phone call. It wasn't more than 5 minutes, certainly. They told you that Hay was missing. When you heard this, you instantly thought you were a suspect. You told them you didn't know where she was. You told them the last time you saw her was January 12th. They didn't ask whether you had plans to meet with Hay on January 13th. They didn't ask whether you were working on January 13th. They didn't ask where you were working on January 13th. They didn't ask where you were on January 13th. They didn't ask about anything you did on January 13th. You didn't tell them that you were going to get together with Hay on January 13th. You didn't tell them you were working on January 13th. You didn't tell them where you were on January 13th. You didn't tell them what you were doing on January 13th. You didn't give them any ideas about where Hay might be on January 13th. You didn't tell them that she might be in California on January 13th. You didn't tell them that her father lived in California on January 13th. You didn't tell them that you thought she might have flown out there. And you didn't tell them anything else about Hay being missing on January 13th. I'm going to ask you some questions about a conversation that you had with the police on January 22nd. You understand? Now, you didn't attempt to contact Hay in any way between January 14th and January 22nd. You didn't page her. You didn't call her home phone. You didn't attempt to contact her in any way. You didn't attempt to contact her family in any way. So you get a phone call on January 22nd. You answer the phone. You speak with an officer. You told the officer that you were at work on January 13th. That you were working at the Hunt Valley LensCrafters on January 13th. Now, the Hunt Valley LensCrafters isn't your normal workplace. You normally work at the Owens Mills store. Hay was scheduled to work at the Owens Mills store on January 13th. Your mom is the manager at the Hunt Valley LensCrafters. Your mom is not the manager at the Owens Mills store. Now, this entire conversation was on the phone. Up to January 22nd, you'd never seen any police in person. They'd never come to you in person. They'd never come to the store. They'd never come to your home. They didn't ask you to meet with them. They didn't give you an opportunity at all to meet with them. You didn't ask to meet with them. From January 14th to January 22nd, you never just called the police on your own. Every contact you had with them was coming from them first. I want to ask you some questions about an interview you had in person on February 4th. Scratch that. I want to ask you about an interview you had with the police in late January. That was with Detective O'Shea. He interviewed you. Fair to say it was a short interview. It was less than 5 minutes. Detective O'Shea didn't ask you if you had plans with Hay on January 13th. He didn't ask you if Hay knew you'd be working on January 13th. You didn't tell him you had plans with Hay on January 13th. You didn't tell him if Hay knew you were working on January 13th. You didn't tell him about Hay's father in California. You didn't tell him your idea that she had flown out to see her father. And after this meeting, you never had any contact with the police up to the time of trial. You never called the police to see how their investigation was going. You never contacted the police in any way to see how their investigation was going. From this interview to trial, you'd never try to contact Hay, and you never tried to contact her family in any way. I want to ask you some questions about a conversation you had with a consultant in the missing persons investigation in late January. You understand. You spoke with this consultant on the phone. You told her you felt that Hay went to California to be with her father. You told her that Hay had a friend whose parents were on vacation for a week, ending January 16th. You told her a little about how Hay might have gotten to California to see her father. You told her that you thought Hay would leave her car at a satellite parking facility at Baltimore Airport. And then you told her that you thought that Hay would fly to California to see her father. You never went to the Baltimore airport during this time. You never checked the satellite parking facility. You never looked to see if Hay's car was there. And you never checked to see if Hay had ever made it to California. You never made any attempt to contact her father. And you never told Hay's family about your idea about her flying out to California. And this conversation was the last conversation you had with anyone connected with the police about Hay. prior to trial. I want to ask you about your contact with Hayes' friends after January 13th. You understand?
I love them like this.
You'd met Hayes' friends before January 13th. You knew their names. You had some of their contact information. Now, you didn't take it upon yourself to contact her friends after January 13th. But one of her friends contacted you. That was Debbie. Debbie emailed you. And she emailed you soon after.
Saddle up, bitches. This gets good.
Hayes' disappearance. And in her email, she wanted to know what you knew about Hayes' disappearance. She thought maybe Hay had run off with you. You responded to the email. You talked to Debbie via email. And you talked to her on the phone. You had a 7-hour conversation with her on the phone. You talked about a lot of stuff on the phone. And you talked about some of your ideas about Hayes' disappearance on the phone. And you told Debbie that you figured Adnan was involved in her disappearance. This wasn't the last contact you had with Debbie. You went to the movies with Debbie. And when you went to the movies with Debbie, you met another of Hayes' friends. That would have been Aisha. And you spoke with both of them. And you talked to both of them about your ideas about Hayes' disappearance. And I'd end with that now. That's just pretty rough, some ideas, but I think it paints a picture, at least initially, of Don, that he is contacted by the police, he thinks he's a suspect, and he does what he can to cover his bases. He makes sure not to contact the police, he makes sure not to contact Hayes' family, but he tries to work through her friends to spread rumors, to influence them to turn their gaze away from him towards someone else. But he tries to work through her friends to spread rumors, to influence them to turn their gaze.
And right there, guys, my dreams were crushed. Right there. This man, I saw the ring, and my dreams were crushed.
You should have seen it before. It was way earlier. Where's your observation skills here?
Because I was documenting things when I was first watching this. But right here, guys, this is where I had it all planned, that this was the man to swoop Debris off her feet and run off.
You better have a better plan.
So like Debbie says something in the docu that is so confusing. Well, so I have a backup here for us. So next up is, don't worry, guys. Told you I was bringing it for you. Check this out.
So your theories are still very useful to the investigation. I'm just, for the time being, not at a point where I think we should be reading them on the air. And once I have a theory that we can prove, believe me, you will hear it. So what's the deal with Don? Well, first of all, let's briefly summarize who Don is from what we know about him. Don was born and raised in the Baltimore area. In his early teen years, his parents divorced. Through this investigation, we know that Don's father has had several brushes with the law. He has several arrests on the books for alcohol-related crimes, resisting arrest, DUIs, DUIs, he has no felonies, all misdemeanor offenses. But it's known that he was certainly no stranger to the back of a squad car. Don's mother, from the best that I can tell, has always been an outstanding citizen, no criminal record, nothing much to see here. Around the time that Don was entering high school, his father remarried, and his mother and her current partner began cohabitating. From all the sources at Don's high school, it looks as though Don was not a very social person. He's very quiet, kept to himself, and in fact, I was only able to find one single person in all of Don's graduating class that ever remembers even having a conversation with him. People remembered who he was, but no one could tell me who any of Don's friends were, or if he ever had a girlfriend. He was just a very quiet and reserved kid when he was in high school. I'll note here also that Don, to this day, has no criminal record whatsoever. He's never had any issues with the law. Several people have asked me which parent Don lived with, and I can't answer that. I've not found any documentation that shows strongly one way or the other who he was living with during high school. Shortly after graduating high school, Don began working at LensCrafters. He started out working at the Hunt Valley store, and in October of 1998, he began working at the Owings Mills LensCrafters, right around the same time that Heyman Lee began working at the same LensCrafters. I don't know why the transfer happened or if it was a transfer. All I know is that he did work at Hunt Valley, and then starting in October, he began working at Owings Mills. I also don't know when Don's mother began working at the Hunt Valley store. However, I assume, and it is just an assumption, that her taking the position as general manager at Hunt Valley may have been the reason he was transferred out, as the LensCrafters general manager that we had on the show a couple months ago said that it was a strict LensCrafters policy that you could not work at the same store for someone who you're related to. We do also know now that the general manager at the Owings Mills store was in fact Don's mom's partner. However, I don't think that this would violate the policy, as it was not a legal marriage at that point, and therefore she technically was not related to Don.
Oh.
Between October 98 and January 12, 1999, the only source that we have about Don during that time frame is Hay Lee's diary.
Okay, Google.
According to Hay's diary, around early December, Hay and Don began talking. Don gave her his phone number, and Hay was very much infatuated with Don during that time. On January 1st, 1999, Hay's diary indicates that she and Don went on their very first date. Now, one interesting point that is somewhat of an inconsistency is Hay's diary says that on December 31st, she went to Owings Mills, saw Don, rode around in his Camaro, and planned their very first date for January 1st. However, Don's recollection of their relationship was slightly different. This is Don's testimony from the first trial when Urich was questioning him. They were talking about the occasion when Hay had gotten into the car accident, and Adnan and Don both looked over the car. And we know from Hay's diary that that occurred on December 24th. Urich asked Don if he had ever met Adnan. He said yes, the one time. And this was the series of questions and answers. Urich asks, now where were you when you first saw him that occasion? Don responds, I believe I was walking up to my car, and he drove up. Urich, what did he do as he drove up? Don, pulled up alongside my car, got out, and started talking to me. Urich, and this was after you had started dating Hay Lee? Don, yes. Now, Don also mentioned the same thing when he was interviewed on Serial. He told Sarah Koenig that the occasion of meeting Adnan when Hay had wrecked her car was a typical meeting of an old boyfriend and a new boyfriend. What the significance of this is, I can't tell you for sure, but it is something that's left me scratching my head. Hay explicitly states in her diary that she and Don did not even go on their first date until January 1st. Yet Don says they were dating before December 24th. So there's most definitely an inconsistency there. It also strikes me as odd that on that occasion, Adnan is the one who gave Hay a ride home. Now that could just be logistics, as Don lived in Bel Air and Adnan and Hay lived back near Woodlawn, but still struck me as a little bit odd. Don says that at that meeting, Adnan was friendly and told him he just wanted to make sure that he was a nice guy. So according to Don, they were dating before Christmas. According to Hay, they went on their first date on January 1st. After that, Hay spoke in her diary of another date where they went to the movies. Hay's infatuation with Don grew, and then on January 13th, Hay disappeared. So after we take a quick break to hear about our sponsor, we'll break down Don's actions after Hay's disappearance. You can browse and invest in Hayes' disappearance at 1:30 a.m. And the report reads, he was. According to the police reports, sometime around 6. We don't know where Don was during the day on January 13th. All we know is that he was not at work as he said that he was. According to the police reports, sometime around 6 o'clock, the police tried to get a hold of Don. They called LensCrafters and left a message for him, and they also called his home. The first time the police actually made contact with Don was the night of Hayes' disappearance at 1:30 a.m. And the report reads, I spoke to victim Lee's boyfriend, and he advised that he does not know the whereabouts of Miss Lee. Don advised that he had talked to Miss Lee last on January 12, 1999. Now, one thing that I've noticed in this report is that in this report, the very first report, Don does not say that he saw Hay on January 12th. He doesn't say that she was at his house or that they spent any time together. It just says that he talked to her on January 12th. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't together that night, but in Don's statement, it says that they talked, and there is nothing to indicate that they spent that evening together in Hayes' diary. And another thing that I noted in Hayes' diary, January 12th, now that doesn't necessarily say that he saw Hay. Don advised that he had talked to Miss Lee. The police reports, supplement tips on their blog, or simply browse investment options.
You're taking the best notes on your timeline.
We don't know where Don was during the day on January 13th. All we know is that he was not at work as he said that he was. According to the police reports, sometime around 6 o'clock, the police tried to get a hold of Don. They called LensCrafters and left a message for him, and they also called his home. The first time the police actually made contact with Don was the night of Hayes' disappearance at 1:30 a.m.
Now, technically, it's not the night of because it becomes the next day. That's why it's the 14th that they talked to him at 1:30 or 1:50 a.m. So when he says like the night of,
What's the date? January 14th?
yeah, but it's like, but she went missing on the 13th. But I guess it's still like I would still like call it like that night. But that's why when little twerpy boy was just on there talking about him talking to the police on the 14th, that's the 1:30 or 1:50 phone call. But right there, the police trying to get a hold of him at 6 p.m. Think about this. 6 p.m. on the 13th, they call LensCrafters. The police are calling LensCrafters already at 6 p.m. Looking for Don. Think about that.
Crazy.
So when Hot Ham Radio is asking about a timeline, how are the police and why are the police calling LensCrafters at 6 p.m.
Because they
on the
talked to her
13th?
friends, and her friend said, this Don guy is weird.
No.
What?
Think about just school gets out at 2:15. At 6 o'clock, the police are calling LensCrafters looking for Don. Wouldn't the police be calling LensCrafters looking to see if Hay was working? Because she was supposed to work that night.
Well, maybe they already did that, and now they're on Dawn. Just keep watching? Okay.
Yeah.
And the report reads, I spoke to victim Lee's boyfriend, and he advised that he does not know the whereabouts of Miss Lee. Don advised that he had talked to Miss Lee last on January 12, 1999. Now, one thing that I've noticed in this report is that in this report, the very first report, Don does not say that he saw Hay on January 12th. He doesn't say that she was at his house or that they spent any time together. It just says that he talked to her on January 12th. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't together that night, but in Don's statement, it says that they talked, and there is nothing to indicate that they spent that evening together in Hayes' diary. And another thing that I noted in Hayes' diary is in many of the entries, she notes when it's really late at night. She'll write, I'm tired, it's 11 o'clock, or it's already almost midnight. She'll put these times in parentheses at the top. Anytime it's a late night entry, she seems to indicate that. But her entry on January 12th doesn't say anything about it being late at night, and it doesn't say anything about spending any time with Don that day. And in Don's first statement, he doesn't say anything about spending time with her that day. Very brief, to the point, doesn't know where she is, and the last time he talked to her was on the 12th. At the bottom of that report, it reads, "It should be noted that I spoke to Don on January 14th at 01:30 hours. So that's 1:30 in the morning the day she went missing. The next day, another officer following up called Don again. In this report, it says Don advised he has not seen the victim since January 12th. And then it says that the Hartford County Sheriff was requested to check the area surrounding his address for the victim and her vehicle, at this time with negative results. So now he's spoken with 2 police officers. The first time he says he doesn't know where she is, and he talked to her the night before. And this time he just says that he hasn't seen her since the 12th. Says nothing about work, nothing about spending that night with her before. None of that is included in these reports. Just over a week later, on January 22nd, Detective O'Shea called Don again. So on this third occasion where Don had contact with the police, it says that Don said the last time he saw Haley was on January 12th. Hay was at Donald's residence in Bel Air. Donald said Hay was in a good mood and she was happy about their new relationship. Hay did not mention to Donald that she argued with her mother about breaking curfew and phone privileges. Hay did not indicate to Donald that she was planning on going anywhere. Hay left Donald's residence at 10:30 p.m. and paged him when she arrived home at 11:30. Donald called Hay and they spoke on the phone until approximately 3 a.m. Hay told Donald that she would call him after she left work on the 13th. Hay was scheduled to work the 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. And then now this is the first mention of Don working. It says on January 13th, Don went to work at the Hunt Valley LensCrafter store.
Boom. She was not scheduled to work until 6 p.m. So when she left school, okay, so we're just going to go with 2:15, just for easy sake. And then she had to be then at work at 6 p.m., okay? But in between that, she had to pick up her cousin. And that's what she left at, right after school, to pick up her little cousins, then from school, then take to the house. And that didn't happen. So hold on.
Don did not speak with Hay while he was at work. Don worked until approximately 6 p.m. Don arrived home at 7 p.m. and he was advised by his father after she left work on the 13th, Hay was scheduled to work the 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. And then now this is the first mention of Don working. It says on January 13th, Don went to work at the Hunt Valley LensCrafter store. Don did not speak with Hay while he was at work. Don worked until approximately 6 p.m. Don arrived home at 7 p.m. and he was advised by his father to call the Owings Mills store. Don called the store and he said he was told that Haley was missing. So according to Don back...
Now, let's talk. I don't think people realize, I don't know what they were doing when they were first doing this case, but okay. Actually, I'm gonna let it go a little bit further and then we'll talk.
Okay.
There was no report of her missing. Well, there is, like, you're gonna hear how this all flies around. Hold on.
On the 13th, by 7 p.m., he knew that Hay was missing and did not make contact with the police until 1:30 a.m. Don said Hay broke up with Adnan in mid-December of 98. Adnan came to the store after they broke up. Don met Adnan, and Don said Adnan was polite and cordial. And then it says Hay told Don that she spent the summer of 97 or 98 in California with her father. Hay also said she would like to live in California. Then there's a note at the bottom of the report that says the undersigned met with Don in person on February 4th at Owings Mills LensCrafter store. The information obtained was the same as provided in this correspondence. So those are all the contacts that Don had with the police. 1:30 in the morning, the night Hay went missing. The next day on a follow-up. 8 days later on January 22nd, where he now says that he was working and that Hay didn't have plans to go anywhere, But then he ends the end of the interview by saying that Hay also said she would like to live in California. Now, 10 days later, on February 1st, is when Detective O'Shea interviewed the Owings Mills manager, who was Don's stepmom. Now, again, O'Shea had no idea that she was Don's stepmom. He just thought that he was interviewing Don's boss. Stepmom says Haley was scheduled to work at 6 p.m. on the 13th. She did not show up for work, nor did she contact anyone. She said that Don was working at the Hunt Valley Lens Crafters on the 13th. She said he arrived for work at 9:02 a.m., took a lunch break from 1:10 to 1:42, and he left work at 6 p.m. And as I've mentioned on previous episodes, those were the exact times that were listed on the falsified time card. At this point, Don is done dealing with the police, but then in comes Mandy from the Anihi group. We don't know the exact date, but we believe that she was brought in by Hay's family in early February. She interviewed Don, and these are the notes that she has. The note says, co-worker and new boyfriend, contacted both by police and by Mandy Johnson. Don appeared mature, articulate, but not overly concerned. Although helpful and polite, he did not sound in any way emotionally concerned with Haley's disappearance. He felt she had gone to California to be with her father, but he did state that he hoped she would contact him. He did say that she had a girlfriend whose parents were away on vacation for the week ending 1/16. He did not know who it was, but offered the information, quote, just in case. So again, Don's reinforcing the idea that she might have gone to live in California, and offering up an alternate scenario that she may have been staying at a girlfriend's house that week. Mandy Johnson mentions Don again in the summary of her report. She says she spoke with Haley's colleague at Lens Crafters, Don. Haley had recently been dating Don, and she seemed very enthusiastic about their relationship. He stated that they had gone out together the night before her disappearance, January 12, 1999. He confirmed that this was the last time he saw her. He said that he had called her later to assure that she had arrived home safely. During the date, he claims she told him that she'd had an argument with her mother earlier that day and that she had expressed the desire to live with her father in California. When asked how she would accomplish this, Mr. seemed to think she would either drive there or leave her car in the satellite parking facility at BWI Airport and fly by commercial airline to California. He did not appear as enthused about their relationship as Haley's diary indicates that she was. So as you can see, as time goes on, Don starts by saying that he had talked to Hay on the 12th. Then he says that he saw her on the 12th, but she didn't have plans to go anywhere. Then he mentions that she might be going to California. And by this last interview, he has a detailed account about how Hay told him exactly how she would go to California. Which parking lot she would park her car in. She would fly by commercial airline. Very specific. Now there are a few other sidebars that
What
a
is
lot of
up,
listeners
Tam?
have asked me about. One of the things are Don's employee evaluations from Lens Crafters. These were included in the packet that Lens Crafters sent the defense, and Susan Simpson posted them on her blog, The View from LL2. The reviews that Don had from Hunt Valley were all pretty normal. In fact, most of them were good. However, these reviews are pretty scathing. Now, two things to note. All of these reviews were done after Haley was murdered, but they are also the only reviews we have from the new store. And I just want to put that out there because some people have made assumptions about how his behavior changed after Hay was murdered. And that may be the case, but it's also important to note that this is also a different store and a different lab manager creating these reports. I'm not going to read them on the air, but anybody who is interested in seeing them, go check out Susan's blog, The View from LL2. A brief summary of them is that Don is criticized several times for blaming other people for mistakes. They say that he needs to learn to stay calm and deal with problems. They mention some integrity and honesty issues. They talk about falsifying documents and documenting his hours correctly. And again, you can read them in full on Susan's blog. Now, the last bit of very strange information regarding Don in this case is a stray note in the police files. It's a handwritten note. It's undated and unsigned. There's several other things written on the page, but it says, none of Hay's, and for the life of me, I cannot make out what that word is. I've heard people say that it's none of Hay's friends or none of Hay's classmates, but the handwriting's so bad, I can't say for sure exactly what it says. But it says, none of Hay something like new boyfriend. And then under that, it says, new boyfriend assaulted Debbie. And that note has been a mystery to everyone looking into this case since the beginning. What? Debbie is Hay's friend who had the 7-hour-long conversation with Don on the phone. She's also the one that in her police interview said that Hay had told her she was going to meet
This is my
Don
prime
at the mall
suspect.
after school on the day she was murdered. She said that she suspected Don of taking Hay, created a fake email address, started emailing him, and that eventually led to the 7-hour conversation. And she said that after talking to him on the phone, she was convinced that he had nothing to do with it. But then there's this note that says Don assaulted Debbie. And one of the reasons that it says, but it says none of Hay something like new boyfriend. And then under that it says new boyfriend assaulted Debbie. And that note has been a mystery to everyone looking into this case since the beginning. Debbie is Hay's friend who had the 7-hour-long conversation with Don on the phone. She's also the one that in her police interview said that Hay had told her she was going to meet Don at the mall after school on the day she was murdered. She said that she suspected Don of taking Hay, created a fake email address, started emailing him, and that eventually led to the 7-hour conversation. And she said that after talking to him on the phone, she was convinced that he had nothing to do with it. But then there's this note that says Don assaulted Debbie. And one of the reasons that I haven't brought this up before is because I was trying to get in touch with Debbie to figure out what that note was about. My attempts to contact her have been going on for months now. One of her high school friends reached out to her and let her know what I was doing, that I would like to talk to her. Debbie agreed, gave her permission to give me her email address, and I've emailed her since then, along with a few other people who have done the same, and she just seems really resistant to talk. She hasn't responded to the emails. She's just been seemingly kind of avoiding having these conversations, and I can certainly respect that. So if I ever am able to make contact with Debbie, or if she ever gets back with me, I will let you all know. But for the time being, I'm just as confused as all of you are by what that note means. I mean, it very clearly says that the new boyfriend assaulted Debbie. Now, the last bit of information that we have about Don is his reaction to Serial. When Serial began, Sarah Koenig contacted Don, and he declined to speak with her. He didn't want anything to do with it. As Serial went on, and Don was discussed several times, in the last hour before the last episode, Don contacted Sarah Koenig and wanted to give a statement, or an interview, I guess, but he wouldn't be on the air. He would only talk to her off the air and let her talk about what he said. In that interview, Don again talked about his interaction with Adnan when Hay had wrecked her car. He again said that he and Hay were dating at that time. He said that he really loved Hay and that she changed him. It made him feel like he had worth, and that he still loves her to this day, which is a bit of a contrast to his reaction back in '99, where, as Mandy noted, he seemed very unconcerned and not very enthusiastic about their relationship. Don told Sarah that he had been cheated on in the past. He told Sarah that, as far as he can remember, he never made any attempts to call or page Hay after she went missing. He told a story about how after he testified at trial, that Kevin Urich yelled at him for not making Adnan look bad on the stand. He said he was literally screaming at him, which I just have to say, as much as I can't stand Kevin Urich, that story never made any sense to me. Don played very little part in that trial, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me why Urich would be yelling at Don, especially in the hallway of the courtroom where people could hear him. So for what it's worth, personally, I don't believe that story. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just seems really off the wall. And lastly, Don told Sarah that when he got the call from the police the night that Hay went missing, he immediately recounted his day. He said that he knew that he would be a suspect and wanted to make sure that he had an alibi. A few things about that statement got my attention. First of all, it seems like a very odd reaction. When you get a call that your girlfriend didn't show up to pick up her cousin that day, why would you immediately think that you need an alibi? And why would you think that you would be a suspect? A suspect for what? As far as anyone knew, there had been no crime committed at that point. And the second thing that struck me about that statement is that it's not true. Don didn't immediately give an alibi. He didn't say anything to the police that night about where he was or what he was doing. Or the next day.
In fact,
it wasn't
didn't
until
call.
a week later, after his timesheet had been created, that he told the police that he was at work that day. He never made any mention of it before that interview on January 22nd. So for now, that's everything we know about Don. That's all the cards on the table, everything we know about him, good and bad, that is the case against Don, if there indeed is a case to be had. I believe with all of that in its entirety that this is sufficient enough probable cause to consider Don a prime suspect. It's up to you.
Insanity. You're probably muted.
Yes.
So Don was really unconcerned. And
So
99.
well, no, like, so this is, it's everything about this timeline that I'm going to tell you guys about. So, Bob Ruff is, he's like me with details. Love that about him. So again, let's go to, I'm going to show you guys here. Oopsies. Okay, so this is Adnan's story right here. This is his school schedule. It's 2:15. School gets out. There's an episode. Her name is Debbie. You guys want to hear what Debbie has to say? Hold on. What the fuck? It's really weird. Okay. So 2:15. Now think about this, guys. 2:15. She has to go pick up her cousin. She tells Adnan, because remember, she was going to get a ride. He was going to get a ride with her. But she couldn't do it because she had to go pick up her cousin and yada, yada, yada. Debbie says that this was Hayes' plan, which was 2:15. She was leaving to go get the cousin, then drop the cousin off at the house. Then from there, she was then going to go hang out with Don before she then had to work at 6 p.m. Okay. But Don was working at the other store, allegedly, okay, until 6 p.m., right? But wait for it. He never had a time card for the Highland Valley lens crafters. He normally worked at the Owen Mill store. But that day they, what was it, January 22nd, they then come up with this time card that they have him working at the Hunt Valley Lens Crafters, and then he clocked in at 9, went to lunch, 1 to 1, 42, then he leaves at 6. He clocks in at 9:02, leaves at 6. And he's also, he punches out for that alleged lunch break. Back when we were doing this, back in 2015, we found out that his lens crafter card, his employee ID, you would have the same employee ID regardless whatever store you worked at. So when you would go to clock in, it should be your employee ID that whatever you have, because it's corporate. Don had 2. And one of them was made, when you're going in sequential order with these numbers. That day of him working at that store was a falsified time card from everything that we crowdsourced. Okay? Again, that time card does not surface until January 22nd. Debbie, when she was interviewed, she said that Hay was going to, again, the cousin, then Adnan, but then there was also some talk about possibly doing and taking pictures for one of the sports stuff that she did. Anyways, but that she had to work at 6 o'clock that night from 6 to 10. And if you know how long it, if you just do simple math on how far from where she lives or wherever she was going to be to then have to be to work at 6, she has to leave at a certain time to get there. But where you can back all of this all the way up is that she never got to her cousin. She never got to pick up the cousin. So then I wanted to deep dive and see, okay, well, what time was the cousin technically supposed to get out of school? Like, did she have, was she trying to squeeze in Dawn between leaving her school and getting her cousin? Or was it something that she always went there, straight after because he got out of school at a certain time? Make sense? But so when anybody asks me about this case and what it relies on, is it relies on this little tiny window to basically, when you're talking about a crime of opportunity, to me it doesn't make sense that a stranger had this a crime of quote unquote opportunity that would just, it doesn't seem like anything would present itself an opportunity because she was rush in her car picking up somebody that's a little, her little cousin to then go to a different house, but she doesn't even get to that point. So now this was really big for the state's case because they said, okay, she didn't pick up her cousin. This time of death has to be between this, has to be in between of leaving the school and this, but does it really? Or could she have just been abducted at that point and not necessarily murdered? Could she have actually been hanging out with Dawn during that time as she was supposed to, but why didn't she go pick up her cousin and do all that? And then, the whole Dawn thing. You would think that one would, what's the word I want to use? You would think that her picking up her cousin and dropping her cousin off would have still happened. And then, her meeting up with Dawn and it going south or whatever. Her family's obviously never talked. But if you go through that motion and you're talking about at the time that Bob did this, which would have been in 2015. It's been 7 years since then. Serial was in 2014, and some of the stuff that they put in that motion is stuff that happened, after the fact. It could have been, it just says after the murder, so it could have been any time between 1999 or let's just say 2000 to present day, but it was definitely after the trial. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. It's not like she was jogging. It's not like how and where does she get snatched up to the point, okay, that this would put her without a car if she was snatched up in her car somewhere, to then have to come back to the car, then move it to, there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of moving parts. $23 years. Yep, 23 years. But let's go back to this part, which is the police call the store at 6. I really want to find notes on that. I really want to find out if that's the exact time and if they were calling maybe for Hay versus him. Also, his dad tells him to call the store. He calls the store. And remember, he doesn't call the police. The police call him again at 1:30 in the morning. That's all super, super quick, in my opinion, to have the police being involved and that, you're being told that Hay's missing and so quickly. But Nicole Atkinson couldn't barely get a wellness check. Why'd that go down? Okay, so now think about this. On the same day that she goes missing and is murdered, within this little sliver of a time period, you're going to throw in Moore, who's a rapist, murderer, just got out 10 days prior to, and you're going to throw in Mr. S, and then you have Don. I knew where you were headed already. So check this out. The state's case was that at 2:36, that incoming call was Jay from was Adnan from Best Buy's, payphone to call Jay to say, oh, I just, come pick me up at Best Buy. Then right here at 7:09 and 7:16, those incoming calls were when they were at Lincoln Park burying the body. Check this out. The night before, so which would have been technically, says as 12:01 and then 12:35. Okay, ready? Wait for it. Check this out. So that would be technically, it is the 13th, but it would be the 12th night. Remember, she had just went out with Don. Okay. And then she left Don at like 10:30. And then she got home around like 11:30 on the 12th. Because then he called to make sure that she was okay and got home safely. We'll listen to that again.
And for the life of me, I cannot make out what that would be to figure out what that note was about. My attempts to comment on is his reaction to Serial. When Serial began, Sarah Koenig contacted Don. It made him feel like he had worth and that he still loves her to this day, which is a bit of a contrast to his reaction back in '99, where, as Mandy noted, he seemed very unconcerned and not very enthusiastic about their relationship. Don told Sarah that he had been cheated on in the past. He told Sarah that, as far as he can remember, he never made any attempts to call or page Hay after she went missing. He told a story about how after he testified at trial, that Kevin Urich yelled at him for not making Adnan look bad on the stand. He said he was literally screaming at him, which I just have to say, as much as I can't stand Kevin Urich, that when he got the call from the police the night that Hay went missing, He immediately recounted his day. He said that he knew that he would be a suspect and wanted to make trial. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me why Urich would be yelling at Don, especially in the hallway of the courtroom where people could hear him. So for what it's worth, personally, I don't believe that story. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just seems really off the wall. And lastly, Don told Sarah that when he got the call from the police the night that Hay went missing, he immediately recounted his day. He said that he knew that he would be a suspect and wanted to make sure that he had an alibi. A few things about that statement got my attention. First of all, Donald that she argued with her mother about breaking curfew and phone privileges. Hay did not indicate to Donald that she was planning on war, and this time he just says that he hasn't seen her since the 12th. Says nothing about work, nothing about spending that night with her before. None of that is included in these reports. Just over a week later, on January 22nd, Detective O'Shea called Don again. So on this third occasion where Don had contact with the police, it says that Don said the last time he saw Hay Lee was on January 12th. Hay was at Donald's residence in Bel Air. Donald said Hay was in a good mood and she was happy about their new relationship. Hay did not mention to Donald that she argued with her mother about breaking curfew and phone privileges. Hay did not indicate to Donald that she was planning on going anywhere. Hay left Donald's residence at 10:30 p.m. and paged him when she arrived home at 11:30. Donald called Hay and they spoke on the phone until approximately 3 a.m.
Boom. Got you. Okay, check this out. This is how I work, by the way. Ready for it? That cannot possibly be correct. Why? Unless she was using Adnan, which, again, doesn't make sense. But on that night leading into the 13th, so on the 12th, he's saying that they talked when she got home and they were on the phone all the way until 3 a.m. Well, 12:01 a.m., Hay home. 12:35, 1 minute and 24, talking to Hay. Now this would mean that Hay said to Donald, hey, hold on 1 second. Let me click over and see what my ex-boyfriend wants to talk to me at midnight for. Do you guys see that? Hold on. I'll share it again. Sorry, I thought I was sharing it. Fuck. Oh my god. There you go. 12:01, 12:35. And what this is Adnan's call log from his cell phone. He called Hay at 12:01. 2 seconds. Again, this is Hay's home. It's not like her cell phone or something like that. But called her home at 12:35 a.m. Now, doesn't this kind of just blow your mind that Donald's talking about something about Hay's phone privileges, but Adnan's calling her house at 12:01 and then at 12:35. But yet Donald says that they were on the phone until like 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're back in 1999. If you're getting a waiting call, I mean, we had caller ID, so I could tell like who's calling, so I could look. But if you didn't have that, give a call coming in. Oh, hold on, there's a call coming in. Let me just take it. Old Ronnie don't know the code. Who? Sorry, is his name actually Donald? Donald. Yes, his birth name was Donald. Let me tell you something. If I'm dating somebody and they're talking to their ex in the middle of the night like that, you'd be like, why would somebody be calling you at midnight? I mean, isn't that late? To be calling someone's house? Damn. No wonder why Hay was getting in trouble. People were calling her home phone at midnight. 12:30, shit. I guess it's normal. I don't know. I don't think that's normal.
But Adnan probably had really strict parents too. You know what I mean? So they probably had something worked out so they could talk at that time, because maybe the parents.
She's on the phone with Don.
Do we have proof that she's on the phone with Don?
Well, I think this is what I'm trying to make up. This is what I'm not make up, but this is what I'm trying to show is that Don says that she left at 10:30. She gets home around 11:30, so she pages him that she's home, and then they talk until 3:00 in the morning. Like, then he calls her because she's home. So
Hay told Donald that she would call him after she left work on the 13th. Donald that she argued with her mother about breaking curfew and phone privileges. Hay did not indicate to Donald that she was planning on going anywhere. Hay left Donald's residence at 10:30 p.m. and paged him when she arrived home at 11:30. Donald called Hay and they spoke on the phone until approximately 3 a.m. Hay told Donald that she would call him after she left work on the 13th. Hay was scheduled to work the 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. And then now this is the first mention of Don working. It says on January 13th, Don went to work at the Hunt Valley LensCrafter store. Don did not speak with Hay while he was at work. Don worked until approximately 6 p.m. Don arrived home at 7 p.m. and he was advised by his father to call the Owings Mills store. Don called the store and he said he was told that Haley was missing. So according to Don, back on the 13th, by 7 p.m. he knew that Hay was missing and did not make contact with the police until 1:30 a.m. Don said Hay broke up with Adnan in mid-December of 98. Adnan came to the store after they broke up. Don met Adnan, and Don said Adnan was polite and cordial. I've had a lot of people congratulating me on this victory, and while I appreciate all resulted in this victory. So again, hats off to the Undisclosed team and all of you listeners for keeping this movement alive and keeping this case on the front page and creating an atmosphere where injustice will not be tolerated. Remembers even having a conversation with him. People remembered who he was, but no one could tell me who in the Hunt Valley store. However, I assume, and it is just an assumption, that her taking the position as between October 98 and January 12, 1999, the only source that we have about Don during that time frame is Haley's diary. According to Hay's diary, around early December, Hay and Don began talking. Don gave her his phone number, and Hay was very much infatuated with Don during that time. On January 1st, 1999, Hay's diary indicates that she and Don went on their very first date. Now, one interesting point that is somewhat of an inconsistency is Hay's diary says that on December 31st, she went to Owings Mills, saw Don, rode around in his Camaro, and planned their very first date for January 1st. However, Don's recollection of their relationship was slightly different. This is Don's testimony from the first trial when Uric was questioning him. They were talking about the occasion when Hay had gotten into the car accident and Adnan and Don both looked over the car. And we know from Hay's diary that that occurred on December 24th. Uric asked Don if he had ever met Adnan. He said yes, the one time they were dating before Christmas. According to Hay, they went on their first date on January 1st. After that, Hay spoke in her diary of another date where they went to the movies. Hay's in fact...
I think the issue just with that is very simple. you could have gone out and did whatever, but it was probably like official that they went out as like boyfriend and girlfriend, according to Hay, you know, on January 1st. And girls would be the type to be like, oh, well, no, let's have our like anniversary date be on like the 1st and blah, 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 that type of bullshit. But they could have definitely went out prior to that, but like that was like their first date as like being boyfriend and girlfriend. So that's kind of how I see that diary and the dates. But I definitely think that it's interesting that she would be at, so think about this. If she was at, I have to go check what Adnan would have said that they talked about, because I know that he did say something about, you know, that they talked on the phone, and I think it was about asking for a ride the next day.
And when you say they, you mean Adnan's talking about Dawn, talking to Dawn? Is that what you mean?
No. So I'm saying that, well, we see it in his phone records. So she goes to Don's house. They spend they're hanging out that evening. She leaves Don's at 10:30 on the 12th. You know, gets home at 11:30. He claims that she pages him, and that he calls her, and that they then talk till 3 o'clock in the morning. Again, I don't know why you would lie about that when the phone records could like easily prove something like that, but I'm curious to see what they say, because we've never seen those. But that would mean that during that phone conversation, Hay would have clicked over not once but twice if she took a phone call from Adnan. Or they weren't on the phone, because he clearly got through and he has 2 phone calls. One was 2 seconds, the other one was 1 minute and 30 seconds. Why would they be talking until for another 4 hours if they hung out? I mean, it's a long time. I guess that's what 17-year-olds do. I just can't get over the fact that the police called the Owen Mills store at 6 p.m. Surprised it wouldn't be like family members and friends.
So what do you think that's about?
I think that's about somebody being just like very regimented. And I think it's that she had been missing them for like 3 hours, if in fact she was supposed to, like, let's say, pick up her cousin at like 2:30, 2:45, like immediately right after, and then pick up the cousin and then take the cousin to a house. So if that wouldn't have happened, so then yeah, you are calling around for like 3 hours before then like calling the police. I just don't you think that's really quick to be calling the police?
I think that's really quick for the police to respond. I don't think that if someone, like you said, is regimented, it's hard to believe that someone would know where they are. Like
okay,
me, you wouldn't do that with me. It would take like days, you know, for someone to report me missing. But
so like think about it this way. Say that like an elementary school kid is supposed to be picked up, and Hay's the one that does it. So the little kid's standing out there, and then nobody comes to get him. So then they call, like, the emergency contact, which is like a parent. Oh, hey, so-and-so's still here. Oh, they're not there. Well, let me go ahead, like, so then they're trying to find out where Hay is. They were calling Adnan, like, the same thing. Like, everybody was getting phone calls all around, like, that 6 o'clock time. And the police call Adnan. So just, like, think about this. If I call the police and I say, hey, I can't find my sister, she's supposed to do this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, do you know who she's supposed to be with? Like, do you have any friends? What numbers do you have? I mean, how do you think that would go down? They would say, like, well, you need to file missing persons? I mean, or just give me all these numbers and a cop's just going to start making phone calls?
Mm-hmm. Not in Baltimore, like not in big cities. I don't see that happening. So that's what I'm saying is, like, the cop calling is bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Not the family, you know what I mean? Like, in LA, they're going to tell you that it's okay and they'll be back. Just give it some time, they'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Where's this? Jay's interview. And Jay ditched Hayes' car at the I-70 park and ride. And Jay smoked a blunt. Jay and Adnan go to McDonald's. The police call Adnan while they're eating, looking for Hay at 7. This is his first interview. This is what he says happens. Then he says, a second interview. He smokes another blunt by himself. Hay's brother calls Adnan looking for Hay. That's just, there's no timestamp to it because that's what that meant. Police call Adnan looking for Hay. Jay and Adnan drive to Jay's house to get shovels. Jay and Adnan return to the park and ride to retrieve Hay's car.
What was the date of this?
This is all with these, this is all just a bunch of bullshit. I was just trying to look and see what those the cop calling. This is what dates are these? I don't know. Jen told the detectives that she took Jay to throw his clothes away the next day. And this is his testimony at the second trial. This was second interview, first interview. Remember I told you there we go. Where's the cop call?
That's true, hot ham radio. But in every case, even Dylan Rounds, supposedly.
See, look at this. Where's the cop? Adnan calls Jay on the cell phone and asks Jay to pick him up from track practice. It doesn't make any sense. Idiots. Where's the popo? See how there's no cop calling?
No, because you're not sharing it.
I'm not. Oh, God bless it. Hold on one second. Sorry.
You know what happened?
Hold on, I'm looking for something. Yeah, keep talking.
You know what happened, hot ham? And that supposedly they manufactured that evidence with the shovel in the Rounds case. But yeah, I don't know. Let's go get shovels. Have any of you?
Oh, God. This is the Hayes letter to Don. Hey, cutie. Sorry I couldn't stay. I have to go to a wrestling match. But I promise to page you as soon as I get home. Okay? Until then, take care and drive safely. Always, hey, P.S. The interview went well. I promise to tape it so you can see me as many and as often as you want. Now I'll show you what interview she's talking about.
I played field hockey for 2.
Here it is.
How about any school activities while you're here?
I played field hockey for 2 years. I played lacrosse for 3 years, and I also managed boys wrestling.
That's a lot to do. Do you have time to have a job while you're doing this?
Yeah, I try to manage my schoolwork and my after-school work.
Beep, beep. I got some other stuff in my bag of tricks.
So she taped that for him and then was like, you could watch it as many times as you want and let's send it to him.
Can't really hear you. I don't know. I think something's wrong with like your audio.
Great. Can you hear me now?
It's so weird.
What's happening?
I don't know. It's all. I can hear you.
Okay. So, she taped that for him.
No. It was like it was a school interview, but it was like you know like it was a school interview.
But she says, I promise to tape it so you can see me as many and as often as you want.
This was in her car. This is what's really weird about it, though. Why would this be in her car if she gave it to him? Or was she planning on giving it to him? So think about it. Hey, cutie. Sorry I couldn't stay. I have to go to a wrestling match at Randallstown High. But I promise to page you as soon as I get home, okay? Till then, take care and drive safely. Was she planning on leaving it like in his car? Sorry, I couldn't stay. Like it was like she was like waiting for him, but she couldn't stay any longer. You know, sorry I couldn't stay. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's how I would look at this. I would look at this as like you were waiting around and she couldn't wait any longer type of thing because she had to leave. Okay.
So when was the interview, like the date of that interview? Do we know?
They talk about all of that, yeah. They also talk about this, what do you call it? This wrestling match. So about like, was this actually like that night? Was it the night, a couple nights before? Like, when was this? And that was like a big thing of tracking down like when this was. Yeah, do you know where Randallstown is?
Is it close?
It's one of the high schools that was in the, you know, like each school has like each schools make up conferences. So, Hot Ham says, one of these days I'll get up on panel. Don't you have your own channel?
Does she really?
I think Hot Ham does, doesn't it? I think. Shit, I don't know. Maybe not. Now I'm not too sure. Is it still sharing?
Yes, you're sharing serial.
Okay, hold on. I want to show something else.
It's very close, yeah.
Is it too close?
She was a little cutie.
Okay. Detectives found this note from Hay to Don in Hay's car when they recovered it on February 28th, 1999. Now, this is the only thing that I think is interesting about it. Now, think about this. What if you were planning, because you were like in the process of writing this, because look, it's folded up and everything. Like, it's folded. But you were planning to, like, you know, put this, like, where would you have put that?
In his hand or a locker?
Like, he doesn't go to high school.
On his car.
On a car, right? Mm-hmm. See how it's folded? Mm-hmm. Okay. But it clearly, like, if you were putting this on somebody else's car or leaving it, like, let's say at the store, like at LensCrafters or, you know, hey, Pat, you know, give this to him or whatever, or why would it be in her car? How does this not get passed along? And the only way, in my opinion, that it doesn't get passed along is if you were writing it, and as you were writing it to go fold it up, whatever, then he arrives, and so you don't need to, like, leave this because you, like, end up talking to him. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Or you give it to him, and he has it in his pocket, and then when he gets in the car, he just leaves it behind. But yeah.
Okay. Where is Jen? Okay. Where's Krista? All right. Classmate Krista, classmate in front of both Hay and Adnan, remembers Adnan asking Hay for a ride on the morning of January 13th, 1999. Adnan says he didn't ask for a ride. Okay.
Well, that was also the date that Jen said that she recalled it because the police told her that that was the date. So that's the same date.
No, we're talking about Krista over here.
Right, but it's the same date that Jen has to remember. So it must be a date they want them to remember.
Well, January 13th is the day that she goes missing.
But isn't that the same thing that Jen said about the quote ride? Was that?
No. Krista was in school. So she's in school. Jen doesn't go to school with them. Krista's in their class, like, goes to the high school.
Okay.
And so while they're at school, Krista said that she remembered Adnan asking Hay for a ride, she thought. Now, remember how I said yesterday that there was, like, snow days? These people had to recall stuff that happened, like, almost like a month later.
Right.
But as a schoolmate, she was trying to say that she thought that this day was the one day that she remembered Adnan asking for a ride. Becky says, classmate in front of both Hay and Adnan, remembers Adnan and Hay talking about a ride after school, that Hay told Adnan she couldn't drive him anywhere because she had something to do. Becky also told police she had seen Adnan after school that day around 2:45. Debbie, classmate and friend of Hay, told police she saw Adnan after school on January 13th around 3:30. Says Hay told her she was going to see Don after school. Don, Hay's boyfriend at the time that she disappeared. They met at LensCrafters at the Owing Mills Mall, where they both worked.
Was Debbie the chick that talked to him for 7 hours?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Where's the other ones?
You were looking for Jen, and she's up left.
I know, Kathy. Okay. Jen's sorority sister and close friend, Kathy, testified that Jay and Adnan went to her house the night of the murder, and that Adnan, whom she'd never met, was acting strangely. He was just high as fuck. Laura, classmate in front of Adnan. Stephanie, Jen, and Jay. She never really believed Adnan was guilty, but she also doesn't think Jay would lie about something like that. This is just what these people were saying. Stephanie, classmate and close friend of Adnan. This was the girlfriend of Jay. This was like the whole reason that the car and the phone, like Jay wanted to go get Stephanie like a birthday gift. So, girlfriend of Jay. The day Hay disappeared was Stephanie's birthday. Jay borrowed Adnan's car and cell phone so he could buy her a birthday present. God, I can remember all this shit. Jen. Friend of Jay from high school testified that she saw Jay and Adnan on the night of the murder and that Jay told her Adnan had killed Hay. Star witness. Jay. Said he helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Lincoln Park. Graduated from Woodlawn High School a year ahead of Adnan, so that Adnan was a senior. They smoked weed together and were both close to Stephanie, Jay's girlfriend. Chris, friend of Jay, who also went to Woodlawn High School, he says Jay told him that Adnan had forced him to help bury Hay and was threatening to hurt Stephanie if Jay squealed. Like,
great word.
This is all back in the day. Like, remember, this is all back in the day type stuff. Like when Serial, this is when Serial did this in 2000. Like Serial made this in 2014 from different things. There's Mr. S right there. Discovered Hay's body in Lincoln Park on February 9th. Mr. S was a maintenance worker at a local school. Told police he was driving to work when he stopped in the park to pee and found Hay's body. Police initially considered him a suspect. Okay.
How little Don is. He's so tiny.
Becky. I want to go back to Becky. Classmate and friend of both Hay and Adnan. Remembers Adnan and Hay talking about a ride after school. That Hay told Adnan she couldn't drive him anywhere because she had something to do. Becky also told police she had seen Adnan after school. And that was the thing that, like, where's that one teacher? There was an anonymous call that came through. So a friend of Adnan from the mosque said, when an anonymous caller contacted police telling them to concentrate on the victim's boyfriend, the caller also said Yasir might know something about it. Calls were placed from Adnan's cell phone to him on January 13th twice. What's interesting about this is when they had called to say focus on the boyfriend, this anonymous call, the victim's boyfriend would have been Don, not Adnan. Anyways, go back to, where is the picture of her car?
Same hot ham radio. My friend is a LAPD drug, he's retired. A drug, undercover drug detective. And he has such a problem with weed and it's legal here now. But I think he's ready to smoke his first blunt.
Okay, so this is some of the stuff that they found. So this is where the victim was. There was a bottle, rope, feathers, and then 114 feet. You have over here, you have a condom wrapper, a rolled condom, tire impression cast, shell casings, more shell casings.
But the sign for the park seemed like people shop there a lot, so shell casings might be normal there.
There was bullets into the sign. Where is her freaking car? I'm not happy about this.
I'd like to see where Dawn is today.
Oh, you want to see a picture of him?
Mm-hmm. Is he like on the, has he been diagnosed with anything?
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture of him then and a picture of him like now. How about
that's
that?
Good, yeah.
So if you've seen the thumbnail, the white kid all the way to the right, that was him back in the day. If you look at the thumbnail of this live, and then this is him.
Donnie boy.
Okay, this is him back then.
Share.
Yeah, I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share for the cheap seats.
Sharing is caring.
There you go. Don. Oh wait, that's what I wanted that.
Backspace.
Where's the diary? Boom. Oh yeah, Susan. She's got a. I wonder if she left that up. I'll pull that up too. Good old Susan.
Ron Donald. That's a great name.
Is this? Oh, this is a letter. I wonder if this has something to do with his attorneys, but. I'm going on a deep dive. Don't mind me for a second. Hold on.
Into a rabbit hole.
No, I think I found her autopsy. Remember I told you I wanted to get that?
Yeah.
So let me see if I got it. Oh yeah, I think I did.
So Hot Ham Radio, what's up with bullets at the park? At Lincoln Park. Is that a normal thing to find when you're strolling through that park, like hand in hand with your favorite? Your favorite? Isn't that a thing? Like people saying you can only have one favorite?
Let's see.
Yes, bullets. Is it like a normal thing? Rando bullets. I keep thinking it when it's in my ear. I keep thinking my alarm is going on. Smoke detector.
Oh. Where the fuck is the document? Oh, these damn.
This is a big deal for Sheldon.
Okay, so check this out. When this person reviewed, so O'Toole reviewed Heyman Lean's autopsy, it points to Hayes' death being within the few days before her body was found.
Wait, say that again?
This person, O'Toole, review of Heyman Lee's autopsy. and it points to Hayes' death being within the few days before her body was found in Lincoln Park on February 9th.
What?
Yeah, so remember I was telling you, I was like, I think this is gonna...
That's a little crazy because wasn't she found like a month after she was missing?
I'm calling shenanigans on this.
On the autopsy? Shenanigans.
I'm calling shenanigans on that. I wanted to see who did it. Okay, Heyman Lee was buried at least 8 hours after her death, but not likely more than 24 hours after her death. God, why can't this come up? I'm trying to get it to pop up. You suck.
And we're talking about January, so it's cold, so we don't have to worry about faster decomposition because of inclement weather, like heat. But still, a month in the ground? And how's the ground in Baltimore in January?
But she really wasn't buried, though. That's the thing. She was just like
covered with leaves.
Yeah. That's that's what I thought. Heyman Lee was born in South Korea. That's what I thought.
This is a working live.
Oh, yeah. I just remember there was a bunch of inconsistencies with the autopsy. And I was trying to find it.
I wonder if O'Toole is like that cop and he has a lot of naughty stuff on his autopsies. And I'm just kidding. Don't come at me. O'Toole, you're probably amazing. Who knows? I wonder if he's O'Toole.
Okay, so on February 12th, 1999, the Baltimore Sun reported that a partially buried body was found in Lincoln Park earlier that week, and it was the missing 18-year-old, the Woodlawn High School student Heyman Lee. At that point, the Korean-American teenager had been missing for almost an entire month, and officials had yet to assess how exactly she died, but they did suspect homicide. Lee was last seen alive on the afternoon of January 13th, 1999, when she drove her Nissan away from school to pick up her 6-year-old cousin and head to work at a local lens crafters. We thought she would come back, her uncle said. Tragically, she never did. They only found her body. Signs of strangulation soon became apparent, and that, combined with the location of her body, which had been left in a popular dumping ground for homicide victims, pointed to the cause of her death being murder. So yeah, he was 6. The cousin was 6 that she was picking up from first grade.
And she never made it to pick him up, right?
Correct.
So that was kind of like the first tipping point.
Authorities initially considered a possible connection between the murder of Heyman Lee and the body of another 18-year-old Woodlawn girl, Jada, who had been found strangled in the wilderness a year prior. But this theory was soon dismissed when the Baltimore Police Department received an anonymous phone call claiming that Lee's ex-boyfriend, 17-year-old Adnan Syed, was responsible. How would that type of a phone call take you off of that connection? Just why? Wow.
Sometimes people don't want to, cops don't like to admit that there's a serial killer or somebody who does multiple things in a city.
Well,
Because if
but
the
this,
city can,
it just goes to like that small window of time. Like if she left in the Nissan and she was going to pick up, I'm trying to find the documentation to prove what time she was supposed to pick up her cousin. The Baltimore police followed a promising lead that Adnan Syed was allegedly a spun lover with a potential motive.
spun or spurned? I mean, 1999, I think it still say spurned.
As such, police filed an application to subpoena AT&T Wireless for call records. Again, this was back in... Let's see.
How like messed up for her parents that they should have found, you know, because you still hold out hope.
Oh yeah, in the undisclosed podcast, The State vs. Adnan Syed reveals numerous lengthy pauses and an odd tapping sound at several junctures of his recounting of the days. Remember I was telling you about that? There's
who's
there's a tap, and then Jay says,
yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to hear that, it's on Susan Smith's, she did it.
Oh.
If I type up Susan Smith, I bet you it'll come up. I think Susan Smith had the, she also had the, let me type her.
Wow, after he settles in a little, it'd be really interesting to get a take on what he thinks, what Adnan thinks Jay is doing in that interview.
In what interview?
In the police interview. Like, what was his friend thinking, you know?
Oh, it's Susan Simpson. What the fuck am I doing? God, I want her blog. Oh, I think I found it. Proof Crime Podcast, Susan Simpson. Let's see if she still has it. I'll share this screen now.
Okay.
It's us and Hot Ham. Everybody else is sleeping, man. Buck 'em. I'm just kidding. Okay, Susan Simpson. Oh man, where would it be? She has the pictures of
Oh, hello, baby. I don't be shot.
Wait, what is this? Behind the scenes sidebar seasons. Oh, you know what? This might be her new one. Hold on. I think that's her new one.
Yeah, Hot Ham Radio. I think that Adnan is confused by Jay. I don't know. I wonder if Jay's willing to talk.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here. 2015. True Murder. Alright, I'm gonna share this.
I love it when you announce it.
I have no idea what's on this though. So
Okay.
just I have no idea. It could be
Horrible news.
Wait, is this on the right thing?
Oh, it's View from LL2.
You are
That's
now
what-
listening to True Murder, the most shocking killers in true crime history, and the authors that have written about them. Gacy, Bundy,
Can you hear?
Dahmer, The Night Stalker,
Yes.
BTK. Every week, another fascinating author talking about the most shocking and infamous killers in true crime history. True Murder, with your host, journalist and author, Dan Zupansky.
Good evening. In 1999, the body of Hae Min Lee was found in a shallow grave in Baltimore's Leakin Park. The story was corroborated by Adnan's cell phone records. Jay's stories were never contacted by investigators. The focus of the program this evening is Serial, the ongoing story, with my special guest, attorney and blogger, Susan Simpson. And I would say welcome to the program, Susan Simpson, but there may be some technical difficulty. I apologize to all the critics who bring it up that I should be editing this portion of the program. I hope to God, for everyone's sake, right away.
Oh, it is.
I gotta say,
Wait, let
sometimes
him
it's
say
just
what
hard,
he's hoping to God.
even problems on this end, technically on Blog Talk Radio, trying to maintain 1,000 programs at one time simultaneously, I believe, or at least hundreds of programs simultaneously. So sometimes that technology goes awry. Sometimes there are other problems, but that is a problem that occurs occasionally, and so we may be having that right now.
Hit that
For
Hae Min
those,
Lee thing
those
under,
of you have lived on another planet, I guess, but
like right there. I have no idea where we went.
I want. What a dump.
Well, this is the blog that dude, Bob, or whoever you really like with that nice voice.
Yeah, Barbara.
Check out.
Was that the name of it? Are you sure?
Mhm.
Well, because she wrote. Okay, so let me see if I can pull up. This is Downs reviews at LensCrafter. I think I found it. Bob does a deep dive. I know he does on this one. Let me see. I think her name's Stephanie.
Donald. Sounds like Ronald McDonald, like in one word. Donald. Ronald.
Oh shit. Oh my god, I have like all this stuff open. Clear. Okay, here.
Thank God it's like announced before you're gonna share it.
Yeah, because I don't want like weird stuff coming up here.
Ronald Lee Moore. Another Lee as a middle name. The Watts case. I think Lee is a very default middle name.
Okay, here. See if this works. Are you shitting me? I want the Audible. No, I don't want that. Are you kidding me? Did he put all of his stuff to that? I have the, I have it transcribed.
No, I
Krista, I have Krista. Krista says, yes, I was friends with both Hae and Adnan, and I would say pretty much equally. Let's see. So she would leave school early by 10:45 a.m. because she had like that type of schedule. Yeah, I mean, even after they broke up, she still referred to him as one of her best friends. They still talked all the time. Yeah, I know. It's hard to... Do you believe Adnan murdered Hae? No. I never in a million years would be comfortable saying that. I could wholeheartedly believe that. I had a hard time grasping how some people that we went to school with or some people that we were friends with, 100% were convinced that he was guilty. We did not know anything about the case. We didn't know anything about anything against Adnan. Obviously, actually, until Serial came out this year. So it was kind of eye-opening for me because for the last 16 years, I've sort of just been sitting here like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, this is crazy. I felt like I was the only one that was doubting everything, but now I feel like there's 5 million people out there that are listening to the same thing with the same thoughts that I had then. But this solidifies everything right now. Did you feel that you were getting from a lot of friends that did believe he was guilty? Let's see. I would say that definitely this is, again, Krista, the friend, did not come until Adnan was arrested. I mean, we still all hung out together. The night before Adnan was arrested, he left my house at probably like around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's not like we were like, he was like isolated from us. He was very much a part of our close-knit group. And never in a million years did any of us imagine that when he left the next day or that morning, that would be the last time that we saw him outside of prison.
And you knew you weren't sharing, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna share Asia McClain's interview.
Is it a transcript or the interview?
Well, I don't feel like reading anymore, so I'm gonna find everything that I can that just plays Asia.
Okay.
Oh wait, you know what I can do? I can do like this.
Save that voice for your voiceover.
I gotta save it for my voiceover. I should show Hot Ham's boyfriend.
Who, the married redhead?
Yeah.
I'm just married dude.
And then I kinda gotta go to bed, I'm tired. I'll go on a deep dive myself. Here you guys go.
Cast captivating millions across the country. Well, now the star witness who could break the case wide open, and she is talking only to GMA. Amy, you have the details in this fascinating case.
That's right. Even if you aren't among the millions, like I have been, who paid attention to this case, you're going to want to listen up. The judge said that the hearing to determine if Adnan Syed will get a new trial garnered more attention than any other proceeding he'd ever seen in his state, and you'll see why when you listen up.
This is a prepaid call from
Adnan Syed.
Adnan Syed's story has captivated millions since the 2014 launch of the podcast Serial, turning listeners into armchair detectives. The series recounts a then 17-year-old Syed's arrest and conviction for the 1999 murder of his high school ex-girlfriend, Heyman Lee. Syed was sentenced to life behind bars, but has always maintained his innocence. His initial attempts to appeal the verdict, unsuccessful.
It is what it is. If someone believes me or not, I have no control over it.
But the now 34-year-old is getting another chance. This week, in a post-conviction relief hearing, Syed's attorney argued that his lawyer at the time of the conviction had been ineffective, arguing she made so many mistakes that his conviction should be overturned.
To not ever contact Asia McClain, to never find out if her story helps or hurts your case, that makes no sense whatsoever. That is not a strategy.
One of those alleged mistakes, highlighted by Serial host Sarah Koenig, was failing to contact a potentially key alibi witness, Asia McClain.
If there was some technicality, something that would prove his innocence, great,
But I think Asia, like, you might be that technicality.
After hearing her in the podcast, Syed's defense team called McClain to testify during the new hearing. McClain maintaining she was with Syed at the time prosecutors contend he killed Lee.
I was sitting in the library bored to tears, and someone walked in that I knew. I asked him about his breakup with Hay. She was dating someone else, but that he just wanted her to be happy. He didn't seem to be disturbed or angry with her.
This morning, she is speaking out exclusively to ABC News.
The biggest thing to us was setting a good example for our children, leaving a legacy of integrity.
But prosecutors say justice was served 16 years ago. McClain admits she does not have all the answers.
Do I think Adnan killed Hay? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. By coming forward, I hope that I was able to provide enough information to the judge for him to be able to make a rational decision. Whatever that might be is in his hands.
As for Syed, after spending nearly half his life in prison, his attorney says he is thankful for his day in court. Now, the judge did not rule at the end of this 5-day hearing on Tuesday, and there is no timetable yet for when he will issue a ruling, but know that millions are waiting to see what happens. And if you guys haven't listened to this podcast, it is truly fascinating. I whipped through it in a few days.
Pretty gripping right there.
Absolutely. It's fascinating.
She whipped her hair back and forth. I whipped my hair back and forth.
Asia was a really big part of.
Yeah, I'm gonna end this. I have a lot to. She just whipped right through it. She whipped her hair back and forth. That's from Will. That's like, who is it? Yeah, Will Smith's daughter. I whip my hair back and forth. It's like a thing. It's a song. It's a rap song, man.
I don't know how rappy that song is. It's like a little 12.
It's like a pop. It's like a pop. It's like a pop.
Like a 12-year-old.
It's like a popper.
12-year-old singing it.
Yeah, just wild. God. I really wanted to hear from good old Debbie. Debbie from actually Bob Ruff cereal. Let's see what pops up. One last try here. I found him. I found our boyfriend again.
You did? We're all going to share them?
In any event.
I'm going to make him famous.
I'm sorry, a little distracted.
He loves touching his nose.
I don't know.
So he just blew a line.
No, I don't think so.
The problem is, because I'm trying to join my own, I'm not one of those people that wants to take the, I'm sorry, I'm really confused with this hangout thing. I thought do things, line up, so you're already kind of in that mindset. And as I understand, the cops did the interview there. So I'm just going to call it essentially an interrogation. We can just look at that. It's the snippet about the 7-hour conversation with Dawn. Because I think I first saw it, yes, I knew for sure, I first saw it in Susan Simpson's blog post on viewfromll2.com, and the date of it is March 19th, 2005. It's about Dawn's alibi. It's worth reading.
Write that down.
And I'm just going to read you the snippet again, and we're gonna, everything that we talk about is going to riff off of that. And Bob did a great job. I'm not going over all the stuff he showed about the leading that the investigators were doing. It was useful for him to get into detail, but that's so clear to me. And hopefully what I talk about with Debbie interview and what flows from it, it'll apply to all the others. So here we go. McGowan. I can't say the name. But
I can't either.
Scottish-Irish last name, the investigator. Okay, however, there came a time when you actually did talk to him, and that was on the telephone. Yes. And how long of a conversation was that? 7 hours. 7-hour conversation? And at that point, did you realize that Hay was not with Donnie? Yes, I did. And that's what the primarily discussion was about. Right. In the beginning, that's what we talked about. And then
Imagine you and him, like in a room, doing a mock trial.
he mentioned that he figured that Adnan had something to do with her disappearance, but at that point I just thought he had nothing to do with it. So we're gonna do a little bit of a make-believe.
This is so up your alley.
We're gonna do a little make-believe.
Because there's thinking, oh, someone should have investigated that, versus realizing the state of mind that someone would have to be in that interview or interrogation of the cop not to investigate. So I'm going to come up with a little story and set this up, just so we can all experience it right now and look into what that tells us about the investigators and about the investigation. So here's our story. We have a film noir movie, the 1940s, so black and white, there's a lot of smoking going on, and there's let's just say private investigator. We'll just go for that, because it's always those in those cases.
With a Dutch angle.
Some distinguished woman, younger woman, walks in and says, I got a problem. Dirk Musgrave. I've got a problem, Mr. Musgrave. I've got some outstanding debt that's owed to me. It's in a bank deposit box. I need you to get at it. He says, sure, I'll take your case. And then, the headline the next day, he sees that this person ended up dead. So he's now invested in it, doing an investigation. And he's going through and he's talking to people, and he talks to this person's best friend. And he sits down and he's talking to her best friend, and he's going through, what could have happened to her. And he gets to the question, and he goes this, so there came a time when you actually did talk to her current boyfriend on the telephone. Yes. And how long a conversation was that? 7 hours. 7-hour conversation? I mean, this should have spawned a whole lot of questions. We have a 7-hour conversation between two people who really don't know each other, and nothing comes of it. This goes away. This doesn't go anywhere at all. And this would be the time that anyone who cared about what happened, let's not even say cared about, let's just say you were a person, you had heard this, and you just had the basic modicum of curiosity. You would want to know about all this. And I guess it turned out somewhere else that she went on a kind of date with the guy. I don't know if it was a date, but they went to a movie. They made friends.
Definitely be bi-curious.
Interesting story. I mean, how does this happen? But this detective had no interest in it whatsoever, at all. And so hopefully I didn't really do a really good job laying out the story. This is sort of a spur of the moment thing. But just think about what frame of mind the detective has to be in for that to be the case. I'm just going to give a little personal anecdote, maybe to help. Again, coming from a perspective of a lawyer, having, I think, that same mindset, unfortunately, when I was a young lawyer, I had a case where we represented the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. It was a combination termination
like going
case,
off
actually,
on some
criminal
weird
investigation. There was an allegation that a psychologist there was double dipping.
Double dipping psychologist in Alameda County. What? So no.
Okay, guys, so I am officially subscribing. I'm subscribed to my 4th channel. I'm gonna write my comment here. Hey, Brendan. I would love to have you on my channel to discuss the Adnan case. Well, we've officially
Made contact.
we've officially made contact with Mr. Brendan Kenny, and oh my God, Zav Girls Live late night Kylie panel. Who killed Hay? Oh, we're live. Did Nicole Atkinson stay at the Chris Watts house? What if I just? Oh my God, Brendan. I'm like, no.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Brendan Kenny here. Come on in, come on in, come on in, all of you. And as you come in, I'm just going to talk a little bit about this if you're new or need to be reminded. My name is Brendan Kenny. I'm a lawyer in the Twin Cities. Live in Shakopee, work in Minneapolis. And I'm on Twitter at KENNYBRENDAN. KENNYBRENDAN. And thank you for so many people who've been following me on Twitter.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of fun. It's really interesting. And I really look forward to this every week. And your response is so huge. Thank you for the hearts. You are new. Hearts are just a way of saying you like what's being said or approve or something like that.
Is this a live on Twitter or Facebook?
Anything romantic or anything like that. So nothing's taken the wrong way. And you swipe left or right, one or the other allows you to share that you're watching this on Twitter. So people who follow you on Twitter can see that. Maybe want to watch it as well. Same as Facebook and I think some other social media. You can also send emails as well. So how's everyone doing tonight?
Fabulous.
Right hand.
Oh, someone's saying something. Anyway, how's everyone doing tonight? Doing well?
Yes.
You know, Bob Ruff always talks about this being a movement, that we're part of a movement. And so let's have people check in terms of where you're coming from. So where are we listening? Someone's first Periscope. Wonderful. I'm doing great. So where are we listening from? Do we have anyone in Twin Cities? Boston, LA, Northern California, New York City, Georgia,
that'll wake her up.
Cleveland, Memphis, San Diego, Kentucky, South Carolina, Connecticut, Houston, Washington.
Wow, there's a lot of people there.
Just to speak of Memphis, one of my favorite songs is
I gave him a
thumbs up. Memphis. So I always think of that about that song. You've heard it about going to the seeing the ghosts of Elvis. And MI, I think that's Mississippi. Oh, we got Sydney. Hey, Sydney. So it's a movement. We're a movement. Let's embrace it. We're a movement. And this episode of Truth and Justice Pod was another aspect of that movement. So let's keep exciting. They locked arms and they recited the Psalms. Right here, I have the little clip here, which starts at the beginning, and I'd suggest that it could be that this narrative was important for all of us, and the myth that kind of came out, and a defense that has no story. So I suggest that's what happened.
I love how he's on his toes a lot.
We have the narrative in the case, and the question is when. I think Bob makes a good point today, and Undisclosed has talked the same, that there was something that happened when the case went from missing person to murder, and we went from the Baltimore County Sheriff's Office to the Baltimore Police Department. And I would be interested to know in the caseloads between the two. So we go from O'Shea, Detective O'Shea, to McGillivray and Ritz.
That's how you say it.
McGillivray.
So that time is, I'm forgetting the exact time. I think right around the time her body was discovered, which I'm forgetting, late February, if I'm wrong.
Still married.
Don't sue me. But in any event, that's changeover. And I was thinking about it.
I swear.
I was thinking about, well, how did this narrative... Okay, February 9th. Thank you. Thank you. And I can't read your name, but I appreciate it. How did this narrative come to be? And thanks to some good folks on Reddit who will know who they are, hopefully, when I say
Hold on, I have to grab something for him.
I found that Detective O'Shea had a case in 1997 that had some interesting similarities to this case. You can look it up in the Baltimore Sun or other places. It was called the Ann Holland case. That was the name of the woman. And in this case, very, very likable, wonderful woman. You know, as if this was Dateline, as every episode they'd say that she lit up the room, which I don't mean to be flippant, but that's one of those matters that
What is going on here?
Something they say when someone
Pretending
dies,
it's Dateline.
I don't know if you've ever heard about
Why
something.
is she doing this?
Great, she lights up a room. That's something it says when people die. In any event, this woman, her ex-husband, killed her apparently. That's
What?
the story. At least strangled her.
Wait,
and put her
what?
in the trunk of a car, and it was found about 100 feet, I think, from his house. And she was strangled, and he was the ex. He was Muslim. She was.
What is he talking about?
Convert. Someone says he was a product of his environment. Well, here's the thing that I think is
Yeah.
interesting.
I have no idea what's going on. We cannot listen to this
and I think
bullshit.
Bob has a point. I'm not sure I came from that did say we're doing
Just go to when he goes on his toes.
try to find the answer we need.
I mean, what are you talking about right now, buddy?
We don't.
I think that was more word salad than KK.
Well, you wrote to him, so you better
Oh God.
be willing.
Here we go. I'm on Periscope now. And we're going to get
The
on
newer one, Lana. Just go to
YouTube
his
through Google Hangouts.
What do you mean?
So,
I want to
we're
see
on
what
all
it
these
looks like
places.
today.
He doesn't do anything now. This one has 514 views though.
Oh, this is the most.
All right. Here we go. And now on YouTube.
I'm now on YouTube.
All right. Well, let's see how we're going to do it. All right. Okay. Got it. All right. Some of you coming in. We've got some lights on.
He's back in
More.
the
Well,
playroom.
this is going to have to do it. Hello, everybody. This is Brendan Kenny coming out of the Twin Cities, Minnesota, talking about episode 23 of Serial Dynasty. I'm going to try to maintain eye contact with all of you. Someone said hi about bedtime. Oh, it's Bob. Bob just said hi. Bob Ruff from Serial Dynasty. It's going to be on YouTube. I figured out a way that everything can be on YouTube. So you can see it later.
so
If you
hard
can't stick around and catch the live feed, if you
gonna
want to
make
do
it
it later, you can. So it's all going to be there. If you can find my YouTube account, which should be Brendan M. Kenny. And if you can't, just YouTube streaming or Google Hangouts, it will be on my YouTube
Did he say
channel
boob
soon.
streaming?
How long is he talking about this?
I found out that the day that she was briefly interrogated, they made up what they called a ruse about why she was being called into the office. You know, that it was a made-up thing, and that bothered me. And I just, you can just lie.
You
The person,
forgot YouTube.
That's what we do. Well, that's a problem, because if I could just make up evidence, if I'm at a deposition and I could ethically make up evidence and tell the witness it was true, and hammer them with that as long as I wanted, in the case of the Jim Trainum case from This American Life, 5 hours, and hammer this person with 5 hours with false evidence, made up evidence that just, in the creative recesses of my imagination, boy, I could do a lot. So to me, there's a problem built in with that. So we have the lies, or whatever you want to call them, ruses that are used during the interrogation.
Whatever you want to call them.
The leading questions. You may have remembered an undisclosed, I think it was back in August, where they went through those other cases involving Detective Massey, Detective questions. Why will I never use an open-ended question? Well, the point of that witness for me is not to, figure out what happened, because we're already in the middle of trial, and we're just trying to establish the facts that this witness can give me that will bolster my case, which is entirely appropriate, because we've had a whole however long to figure out who said what, where, when, how, why, and the other side has all the witnesses they can have. But when we're talking about an interrogation, we're in a totally different place. We're not in court. We're still gathering facts. And think about this for a moment. The police have a role that's different from everyone else's. They have the ability to have a police station, bring people in, have the badges, have the guns, search warrants. They can do all sorts of things that no one else can do. And so
Okay, well. Okay, and he and Dave are neck and neck for Meow. Yep, he's going straight into my greatest hits.
I am radio.
I
don't even think I could sleep to this.
I think that when I think of God, you know what? Since I went ahead and subbed to him, he's in all of. I mean, it's just.
They're just giving you it all. Hold it back.
The what everyone looks like in real life.
His little circle. Go to his doohickey, and then go to videos.
Jay's stories.
I can't radio. What's the weirdest thing I could possibly watch? I don't know. There might be other stuff.
What's the weirdest thing you can watch? Well, I'm gonna give it to you. Where the I wonder, I'm actually surprised that he only has what he has as 7.9K. Wait, what? Well, I know that he has his own, website. That's probably why, but...
He seems big on Twitter. He had a lot of people watching.
Who are you talking about?
This dude. Oh, he doesn't have 7.1?
He has 7. Can you see what I'm sharing?
No, we still see redhead.
Oh my god, Jamie, 16 lurkers and me and Hot Ham? I know. Because they want to know if I'm going to talk about them at all. Or it's people like Boston that just fall asleep at to my voice. Daily. Stop sharing.
In his mind.
I'm not falling asleep. Why are you texting me that? I'm deep diving, god damn it. Leave me alone. I want to show you guys something. So Mr. Ruff. I thought that he would do Oh, he was watching it. I wonder if he was there. How does this only get 4.7 thousand views? He did a Zoom with these people. And they watched the hearing. And he picked, his favorite, he picked his favorite people to go on Zoom. But he didn't, stream it. Everybody was supposed to watch it from, their own computer or something. It's very weird.
Yeah, I think because, maybe not watching it or something. I feel like I'm getting migraine. I hope it's better on the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Because I'm gonna try to put some stuff together. But yeah, basically, you go ahead and look at that timestamp of when you think she was abducted / taken from her, path. And I'm really curious if she was really supposed to pick up her cousin that day, or she didn't somehow get out of it, and that just never, because I'm telling you, that window is just so tight. So tight. Oh my god, who hearted it? You hearted it, and you hearted it! Has Dave been acting crazy lately?
I'm mad at Dave because he won't.
What you won't. Dave's boring.
Well, I thought he was really funny when he was yelling and everything.
He's always doing that.
Oh, he is? I don't watch him.
All right. Poor guy. He's been in prison for 20 years. Oh, I thought you were about to say, you were talking about Dave. Poor Dave. He's been in prison for 20 years. Actually, you know what? I think I want to show you something, Jamie. I want to show something to Jamie. Jamie, check it out. I was going through some stuff. I want you to see something. Nothing but the hits. Nothing but the... I want you to see something. Don't know if it'll work. Oh boy. So, again, hope you guys all enjoyed this. Mod Squad. We've been able to work things out, me and her. So, Mod Squad is dropping the shiz. Hey to all my favorite mods in the entire YouTube land. I won't say streets. Oh, thank you. Also, you know, what you say under oath, what you say in the courtroom can be used in other proceedings. So, boy. What a shit show.
Thanks for having me up.
Having you up for what?
What?
What the fuck?
We're live.
No shit. What is this thing doing? I told Jamie I wanted to show her something. So, I want you guys to see something.
I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for having me up. Bye, everyone. Good night, and thank you.
So you don't want to see this last piece? No, because it's just me. Take a look at it. Ready? You want to see manipulating evidence? You want to see fabricating evidence? You want to see Jamie's like, I'm still here. I should show it to you, Jamie, because you are going to die. Okay. So this is my hot no but yes, yes but no, yes but no. Here you go. From my hot to your hot, Jamie. And you hotted it. Okay, ready? Gonna blow your dick. Gonna blow your dick up. Ready? Okay. Page 46. Question. Miss Zimmerman, would it refresh your recollection to see the document that you made? Yes, please. And what identifying information did she share at that time? My full name, my full legal name, my husband's full name, and my IP address. And what type of identifying information is included in an IP address? That is my personal. People get that, can hack you and do pretty much whatever they want with it if you know how. Is it also linked to a specific zip code? Yes. Okay, and in this case, would that be linked to your home zip code? Yes, it would. Okay, I'm going to play for you what has been marked as Exhibit 2B. Whereupon Exhibit 2B is played. Let's see here. Again, it's for you. It's for you, Jamie, right here. Record IP address. Got it. Now, whereupon Exhibit 2B is played for the court, and can you describe the image on that video? It is the bottom portion of an NDA, and it has the IP address on the bottom, and she showed it on a public live. Okay. Did you tape this clip? Yes. So this is a true and accurate representation of what happened on that video? Yes. I request that the court admit Exhibit 2B. Ms. Oriani, is there any objections to 2B? No, not at all, Your Honor. Well, 2B will be admitted. Interesting. Now, I would like to make it known that that's perjury right there. I mean, everything is, but that IP address does not belong to Miss Walsh, and I will be reporting this to YouTube when Miss Walsh falsified a claim against me and put that IP address was her IP address. It was not, and therefore that would be a false claim under community guidelines, terms of service, things of that nature. That IP address does not go back to any home address belonging to Miss Walsh. Little sprinkle for a Friday night. Here you go. Can I approach, Your Honor? Sure. I'm approaching with Exhibit 2A. Yes, okay. And can you describe what this video is? I believe the title of that one is Work With Me, and that is her talking about coming to Denver. Ma'am, I had a hard time understanding you. Could you repeat that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's a video that where she's discussing coming to Denver for the temporary restraining order. Who is she? Miss Oriani. Oh, okay. Miss Zimmerman. Your Honor, I request permission to play the video so that I can make sure it's what she remembers taking a clip of. The court says, when is the last time that you took a look at that clip? I would have to say maybe within the last week, but there's just so many of them. Okay. If you can identify this one based on the sort of identifying information and can, yes. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the clip that you made from watching this video? Yes. And this was on January 19th? Yes. For A, 4C, 4A, all these exhibits that you made, is this a fair and accurate representation of what you made, of what you did? This is you, this is you, this is you. Yes, this is mine. I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. Is this a fair and, accurate representation of this, all these exhibits? Because otherwise it'd be hearsay if it wasn't hers, right? Right. She couldn't be testifying to something that she didn't do. So then I beg to ask this question. Just for you, Jamie. A little sprinkle. Who at home is on their PC versus their phone? Just curious. I want you guys to see something. If you're at home and you're watching this and you have the ability to get on a computer, a laptop, I recommend you do it. Ready? Take a look. Right here, where it says, say something, okay? Above that, it says, whatever the person's name is, it cannot be blank whatsoever. Not even in incognito mode. Do you have that option ability? Because you can't comment when you're in cognito. But what you are seeing right here, Vanessa, we all knew you were a piece of shit. Thank you for showing it. What you are seeing right here, this has been completely tampered with to the point that above where it says say something, it should say the name of whose recording this is. Okay? And it doesn't say anything because it's been manipulated, because it's been falsified, and because it is not right here.
Again, this was Vanessa Walsh.
See where it says say something? See that? I'm going to zoom in for you. Right here, where it says say something, above it, it will say Hot Ham Radio, or it would say like Truth and Transparency. It is impossible for this motherfucker to be blank unless you